was always someone that I hoped that we would see again. Someone that I hoped we would get into the Hall of Fame and would pop up in the background of like a Legends show or something. But news has come out he's passed away due to cancer and a cancer battle, which obviously he's lost. And news has come out that apparently he was battling it for a little while as well. So, I mean, that does go some way as to explaining as to why we didn't see him much. But, yeah, an absolute legend. I'm sure there'll be plenty of people sharing their thoughts and memories about Sid. It really felt a couple of points, actually, that he was going to be the guy that was going to take the company forward. Like, there was times where it really felt that he was going to be that next Hulk Hogan. He was going to be that next big star because he had the look and he had the size and he had Vince's support, but he just couldn't quite put all the pieces together. I think he lacked the kind of personality, if you will, the charisma. The in-ring was never a massive factor, to be honest. I mean, Hogan's moveset was always very limited. But yeah, this is a weird one because he's always someone that I have always thought about, but he's not someone that we see that often or really even talk about that much. He's right from my childhood, man. 92, 93, 94, 95, kind of getting out of golden era, going into new generation. He's ever present, you know, he's always there. I didn't watch much of WCW back in the day. Obviously, it was impossible to avoid bits and the key kind of stories. But yeah, you know, what he was doing over there and the stuff that he was getting into over there is not what I was really focused on. I was more focused on him and Hogan, WrestleMania 8, more focused on him and Undertaker. Obviously, his partnership with Shawn, which turned into a bit of feud with Shawn. And yeah, he was just someone that felt like he was always on the verge of bigger things, but it just never quite came about. Certainly not in WWF, but he's still someone that had 2 title reigns. He was still a 2-time WWE champion, which at the time was good. I mean, this is not when we were passing the belt around anywhere near as much as we would in like the Attitude Era. So nothing but love for Sid. Very, very sad news. And of course, our more positive news, because we do obviously want to be a bit more positive. There's been lots to be down about. Obviously, we remembered Bray over the weekend. So we do want to be positive. So on more positive news, obviously we have got Uncle Howdy in action tonight. I've got to be honest, I was really hoping to go live a bit before this, actually. I was really hoping to go live around about past. I think we just missed out on that. But yeah, I've started early because obviously it's Uncle Howdy, Chad Gable, plenty of talking points there. 2 tweets. I did put a post out. I was going to do a quick video on both of the tweets, which would be a very, you know, us thing to do. But the Sid news just kind of really got in the way for me. That is where I think the focus should be, is on Sid, on his passing. He meant a lot to WWE fans, certainly in the 90s. And even though he hasn't been around that much, and I could understand a lot of people not knowing him, I think this is a great opportunity to learn, and it's a great opportunity to find out about some of those people from the past. Just like with Afa passing away, I think a lot of people probably didn't know the impact he had, but they do now because of the brilliant work WWE did with their video package, and obviously his connections to the bloodline massively helped. But Psycho Sid, Sid Justice, Sid, he had Sid Vicious as well. He had a big impact also. So, yeah, right, I'll tell you what we're going to do, right, because I do feel a little bit all over the road because there's so many talking points. Sometimes we come on and it's been a bit quiet and it's like, what do you want to talk about? We get into what you lot want to talk about. It's not really that way today because there are just so many talking points. I feel like we could do 3 hours just on a... just kind of shut down then. Do you know, I've been having that, unfortunately, over the weekends. It has not been the best when it's come to stuff like that. It has been a little bit wobbly over the weekend, so... recap of what I was saying then. I was just saying I think the best way to proceed is going to be to read out the preview, the breakdown of Raw, and then get to your comments, because by doing that we should be able to get to everything that we need to get to, because you lot obviously ask loads of different questions, right? So let's do our usual breakdown. Hopefully the lag will stay away. Hopefully it's just a temporary thing. But Chad Gable is going to seek to destroy Uncle Howdy, right? We've got that happening. We've got Intercontinental title #1 contenders tournament beginning. And I have actually got news as to who's in that. I believe it's Miz, Xavier, and Pete Dunne. That's going to be one triple threat. The other triple threat is Kofi Kingston, Karrion Kross, and Jey Uso. Now, we haven't seen a bracket or anything, but those two matches were announced by, I think it was Adam Pearce, on a little video that he put out. And I think he confirmed that Chad and Uncle Howdy will be the main event as well. So we've got a few bits of information there. Don't miss the fallout from Judgment Day's destructive attack on the Terror Twins. So we've got that. We got Big Bronson Reed taking on Braun Strowman. And we've also got Randy Orton. He will be live on Raw. So don't know if everyone's going to be around, because, of course, people are over in Germany. I can't imagine them flying them back to fly them back over again. So, like Gunther, I think there's a chance we don't see Gunther tonight. I think Ludwig is over there as well. I know a lot of the SmackDown crew are over in Germany, of course. So, I don't know what the situation is. There was a lot of shows done in Belgium, in Netherlands, Germany. Obviously, a lot of people are based. This is the go home for Bash in Berlin. So, maybe a little bit of disruption. Maybe this will not be as star-studded as you might expect, because there could be a few superstars like Gunther that I don't believe is going to be around tonight. So, yeah, that is the breakdown. So, Gable and Howdy, the IC title begins the tournament. Judgment Day's fallout with their attack on Terror Twins. Big Bronson Reed taking on Braun Strowman. Randy Orton will be live on Raw. Right, let's get into the chat and see where the conversation is. I can see Roy saying OTC. We got Curtis saying I'm so excited. Sandra says RIP Sid. I second that. Howdy is going to be the main event, says Lewis. But what about the 6 tweets, said Clyde. Yep, so if you go onto my community page on the YouTube channel, on this channel, you can see both of those messages. In fact, I should be able to, can I do that? I should be able to do that. I do not have it set up, and we all know that the internet is not the strongest for me right now. Let's go here, let's go here, let's go over here. Let's whoosh that over, there we go. So these are both of the tweets. These are the 2 tweets that came out. So I've got a little breakdown up here. So a big thank you to everybody that tagged me in different things. I got tagged in both of these so many times. I have added some to unseen. I have retweeted some, but obviously, you know, it's I try to like and acknowledge everyone that tags me in. I always check to make sure that if anyone has tagged me in something, like a tweet or whatever, that I'm following that person. I feel like it's the least I can do. So I always try to like, and I always look to see if I can follow. I mean, what I would say is if I have missed you, or if you would like to be followed on Twitter by me, then just drop me a message in the notifications, Wrestling Daze YT. I'm always happy to follow people back on that account. I've got 2 other accounts, which, to be honest, I don't really do anything on there, but just post. Like, I don't spend any time reading notifications or anything on those, so don't bother with those. But the Wrestling Daze YT one, the main one, the one that's coming up to like 11,000 followers, that one, hit me up in my notifications. Just say that you want to follow back. I'm always happy to do that. So here, let's have a look at these, shall we? So this is apparently an at Bash Caesar cipher, or an at Bash cipher, and it says we must cut off the head. So seemingly suggesting that to fix the problem, they've got to go for the head, they've got to go for the mastermind, they've got to go for the leader, which of course would be Chad Gable, right? So this one seems to be, let's cut off the head. We've got this image of someone having their head cut off, which I think just reinforces the phrase above. This image has also been tweeted out by Bray in the past, and I believe it's also featured on Bray's shirt in the past as well. He had a shirt that was black and it had some panels that had, I think, this image on, right? So this is an image that has featured in Bray's past before, and you can go as deep with that as you want to go. I would say at this point, I feel like it just reinforces the message above, and that is, you know, let's cut off the head, that, you know, the head of the snake, basically. If we remove the head, then, you know, the body will be useless. If we cut off the head, if we remove Chad Gable, American Alpha or American Made will be lost, basically. They won't have their leader. They hopefully won't be corrupted anymore. That's kind of what this is saying to me, right? So that was that one, and that came out at around about 8 o'clock, I believe that was. And then there was this one, which I believe was the first one. This has got a Caesar cipher at the top, which is remove the scales from your eyes, right? So basically, look at what is really happening. Like, look at the real truth. Look at what's happening. Stop being lied to. Stop being deceived. Remove the scales from your eyes. Look at what's really going on, right? So I believe that's aimed at the Creed brothers and Ivy. Then you've got the binary code, which I believe translates to Matthew 7:15. If you go to Matthew 7:15, it says, beware of false prophets who come to you in sheep's clothing, but underneath are ravenous wolves. And the images of Uncle Howdy hitting Chad Gable with a sister, Abigail. And as I've said there, tonight is going to be fire. So 2 messages today aimed at, in my mind, Chad Gable and American Made. Some people have looked at this and gone, is it tease and Alexa? I don't see an Alexa tease, right? And there's other little theories and stuff, which is good. There's some really good thoughts that are out there. But I think the main focus, the main purpose of these tweets are sending messages to Chad and to American Made, to the Creeds, to Ivy. Basically, a reckoning is coming. So this went out earlier. If I don't get chance to do a video, or if there's another video that needs to be done instead, because I would have done a video on this, but as I said, with the news of Sid's passing, that to me became priority. So I did that video instead. So that meant that this went here. So it's a bit weird, really. It's not that this isn't video worthy. It's just that there's another video on the channel that I really think deserves highlighting instead. And that is the passing of a legend, the passing of Sid. So that's why this kind of lives here instead. So we did it. We touched on it. We boxed it off. And as I said before, a big thank you to everyone that's sent me their thoughts and theories and all of that stuff, because it was greatly appreciated. And yeah, it's good that we were able to kind of, you know, touch on that as well. 52 Games Podcast said, Raw is going to be great tonight. All In was amazing last night. Clyde, shout out to you. Joe said, to be fair, Connor, I am looking forward to the Formula One. Formula One is getting a lot more exciting, isn't it? And if you're in the UK, there is only one talking point at the moment. There's only one thing that people are talking about, right? And it ain't AEW, right? Oasis potentially reforming tomorrow morning, 8 a.m., getting more details. Talking of like a 10 nights at Wembley, Oasis. 10 nights. AEW can't fill Wembley, and that's not a knock. I'm not knocking them, right? I'm just saying, AEW got about 50,000 in Wembley. Oasis are about to do 10 sold-out nights. And I'm sure they will sell out, because I'm after tickets. And there's a lot of people after tickets. It's that would put them ahead. If they do succeed with that, that would mean they've sold out Wembley more times than Taylor Swift just did in her last tour. So big, exciting news, front page of newspapers about Oasis potentially reforming. So very excited. I just saw Sami Zayn had tweeted out about it as well, you know. Sami Zayn has put a tweet out saying this is going to be like massive. This is going to be biblical or something like that. So yeah, very exciting news. In regards to AEW, I saw clips of the show and it did look good. I heard that there were some bits that were a bit off, like Sasha or Mercedes against Britt Baker. I heard that was a bit off. I think the trios match I didn't see getting much love. But main event was meant to be really good. Daniel Bryan, obviously that was meant to be really good. Some nice surprises. The Ricochet, like Nigel McGuinness stuff, that was really well received. So yeah, Jamie Hayter coming back, of course. So I saw there was some good stuff that went down. It looks like it was a success. And to be honest, it looks like a show I think I would have enjoyed a lot more than the one I watched. Because I watched All In at Wembley last year and I was not that impressed. I thought CM Punk against Samoa Joe was the best match that I saw. And that was the first match. And the rest of it was a bit of a mixed bag, to be honest. Some things were okay. Some things I really didn't like. And yeah, I thought the staging looked better. I thought the entrances were a lot bigger this time around. It seems like the matches in general have been better received. This just felt like it seemed like a much better show. Much better show. But it's funny because we're not going to talk about AEW for long. On paper, on Tuesday, I said potentially this looks like the best card they've ever had. Like, honestly, I was going down the card and I was like, I could watch that, you know. Swerve taking on Danielson for the title. Will he become champ or will he retire? That seems interesting. MJF taking on Will Ospreay after they had a banger. That seems interesting. Tony Storm against Mariah May. That seems interesting. I was just kind of going down the cards and I was like, this looks like a really, really good card. So the fact that the show looks like it's done well, at least from I think from an everything point of view, you can't be down on 50-odd thousand at Wembley. I know that they would have wanted more, but that's still 50-odd thousand, isn't it? I mean, you can't be down on that. So yeah, seems like it was all good, and nothing overshadowed it from an AEW perspective, which I think is really good for them. Normally, you come out of those shows and there's a controversy, something that like steals all the attention away. They didn't have that, although Oasis did do them dirty. Oasis did them dirty because like the number one trend in the UK last night was Oasis. Number two was All In. So Oasis did them dirty this time around. Last year it was Punk. This time it was the Gallagher brothers. So. Right. Nita Nitro said, please, let's have Bo have a straight-up great wrestling match. No nonsense until after a pin has occurred. What kind of nonsense are you referring to, Nita Nitro? What nonsense do you mean? Logan said, do you think Alexa returns at Bad Bloods? I don't know, buds. I don't know. It would just be guesswork. There's nothing to indicate that she is. She did put that tweet out, which was like a Taylor Swift's gif saying, are you ready? Like kind of a thing. And obviously it's been worked out that Taylor Swift does have a song called Bad Blood. But I don't know. I feel like you could look at, I don't know, lots of things to do with Taylor that would connect to different events, you know. She's got a song called Bad Blood, but I'm sure if we looked hard enough, we could find a connection to Survivor Series. You know, I'm sure we could find connections to lots of shows that are coming up. So, I don't know. It's one of those where I like that theory, and it's a theory that's worth mentioning, but it's not a theory that, it's not like a hill I'm going to die on. I'm not going to go, yeah, she's definitely coming back at Bad Blood because of that theory. It's a fun theory, worth knowing. That's it. That's it. We move on. You know, you note it and you move on. So I can't say that I'm adamant she's coming back. I mean, from what we kind of have been told, she is working on her return, and SummerSlam is what they were looking at. But if the creative was not there, then they weren't going to do it. And so, you know, according to Tom Colohue, they're just waiting for that creative now. Now, I would imagine that should be, you know, pretty straightforward. If you just say to someone, right, sit down, write out Alexa's first month or whatever. That's going to take you a couple of days maybe, but that's it. You know, it would only take a couple of days. Really, then you're just waiting for the current stories to get to the point you need them to get to. So it could be Bad Bloods. I do feel like that's more likely than Berlin. But we've also seen how much they enjoy putting things on Raw and SmackDown. Like, they're treating Raw and SmackDown really big. I mean, we've got SmackDown coming to USA Network. So, you know, do they go big on that episode, which I think is like September 13th? You know, could she be on that show? I would say yes. I would say there's a chance that she could absolutely be on that broadcast. But then people would say, oh, but she's going to be away from the Wyatt Six if that happens. And it's like, yeah, but she was also separate. Like, you know, it was 5, and then you had the 1A being separate, right? We presume that's because she's arriving later, but it could also mean that she goes on to a different brand. You know, we still don't even know if she's going to come back as part of the Wyatt Six or if she's going to come back as, like, you know, the goddess or something. She was not part of Uncle Howdy's world when she left, but it was heavily being teased that she was being brought in, right? So the big question is, what has happened while she's been away? Not in her real life, but in her character's life. What has happened since she's been away? So has her character gone away, had a refresh, like, kind of, you know, mentally had a rest, and he's going to come back and she's going to be the goddess because she's all revitalized? Or while she's been away, has she descended further towards the Wyatt Six? I really feel like you can go either way. I think you could have her descend further into the Wyatt Six, and then she'll come out and she'll be a part of the group. You know, a lot of people thinking she's Nightbird, she's someone that's kind of co-running this thing. Or I also think while she's been away, you can easily tell the story that she's revitalized, she's refreshed, she's got clarity now as to who she is and what she's all about and what she wants to do. And she could come back as, like, the goddess. And yes, over time, I'm sure she will eventually find a way into the Wyatt Six, because the word on the street is that she will portray a darker character, a character that Bray had in mind for her. So eventually I think she comes in, but we don't know that she's going to be in the group straight away. She might come back as goddess, have a little run on SmackDown, and then Nikki start paying her visits, start popping up in the background. I really don't mind that. I really don't mind that, because I think that there's a lot of interesting segments you could get out of that. I think Nikki should pop up in the background sometimes, you know, when they're doing those interviews in the corridors. We don't ever get Nikki just in the background, standing there like the girl out the ring. I just think that would look so good, but we haven't done that. And we haven't been, like, doing anything with the puppets. I'm sure the puppets are still around, right? I know these are meant to be the puppets brought to life, but also it's kind of been implied that they're not the actual puppets. Of course, the puppets should still be around, even if they're just lifeless. They should still be around. We have seen them popping up in the background. Did the group arrive by that point? I can't remember if the group had already arrived or if it was part of the builds. We have seen them around in the background behind something, but I'm talking about if Alexa goes to SmackDown, you could use them over there, you know, as a way of kind of sending them. And then also you'd have the Wyatt Six story playing out mainly on Raw, but you would also have a little something on a Friday. Just a little, you know, thing to get your teeth into. You might not get to see the group, but there would be antics. I'd be okay with that. I'd be okay with that. I'd be all right with us having a little something on a Friday. You don't want to overexpose the group. I'm not saying you have the group on both brands, but just a little something. Nikki popping up in the background. I can cope with that on a Friday. So, yeah, lots for us to get our teeth into. So, is she going to come back at Bad Blood? We don't know, is the answer. We don't know. We're going to have to wait and see. That's what she said. Shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the support, and I hope you are well. Six said Bo takes the loss here, and we get the Wyatts versus American Maids at Bash in Berlin. We could do. Yeah, we absolutely could do. This could be a way of setting up Bash in Berlin. That card, I think, has got 5 matches on. There's definitely scope to add at least one more. So we absolutely could. They didn't make it onto the SummerSlam cards. And I think that Triple H is trying to really treat Raw. I mean, I think in our minds, for us boomers, Raw and SmackDown is basically the weekly shows that are used to build up the pay-per-views, right? That's how it's always been. You tell your stories each week on Raw and SmackDown, and then it builds up to the big show, and everything pays off at the big show, right? And that's Bash in Berlin. But I just don't feel like it's that way, and it hasn't been that way for a long time. We're seeing a lot of mid-card belts and tag team belts and feuds that don't get to the PLE, because I think in this day and age, in 2024, the amount of money that they make, they've got a new financial model, right? Back in the day, the way you made money was you sold tickets for your house shows, which we don't do anywhere near as many house shows anymore, right? But you sold your tickets for the house shows, you used your TV to promote the house shows and sell tickets at house shows. And then your big stories, they built up to the pay-per-view, and then you convinced your audience to spend $50 buying the pay-per-view once a month, right? That was the old model. The new model is, let's sell all of our pay-per-views for $1 billion up front, right? And we've done that through Peacock. As a little sweetener, here's all the old footage, right? Which is just tapes. Who cares? Here's all the old footage of stuff we've done in the past. But really what you're buying is you're buying WrestleMania for the next 10 years, SummerSlam for the next 10 years, Survivor Series for the next 10 years, Royal Rumble for the next 10 years. All these big shows that are going to bring people to your platform. That's kind of what you're purchasing, right? And then here's the library as well. So we've sold all of the PLEs to Peacock, so we don't need to worry so much about building up the PLEs as much anymore. And then when it comes to house shows, we don't worry about those as much. We still do them as a token gesture of a weekend, and we try to make money from them, go into key towns that we know are going to make money. But really now it's about the money that we get from TV. The money that we get paid from Netflix, the money that we get paid from USA Network, the money that was paid by Fox, that's the big focus now. That's more important than house shows. So the financial model over the past, say, 10 years has completely changed. And so I don't know that we do a screwy finish and it leads to Wyatt 6 versus American Maids. Bash in Berlin, because I think there's just as big a chance that there could be a screw finish and it leads to a rematch on next week's Raw. I think that is as likely, if not more likely. So I think it's a very interesting conversation, because logic would say that that makes sense. And it still has a chance, absolutely. I'm not saying it doesn't. It still absolutely has a chance. But in this day and age, I think there's just as much of a chance that they run it next week as well. And we do just a big everyone involved. It's going to be all the guys, all the girls, just having a big brawl next week, maybe a street fight, something like that. Or it builds towards Bad Blood and we go a bit more special and we have Hell in a Cell. Imagine that. Imagine everyone inside Hell in a Cell. That would be pretty sick, actually. I don't think you would do that on a Raw. You could probably do a cage match, but very rare for a Hell in a Cell. That would more be a Bad Blood thing, so I don't know. I love the conversation, because much like the Alexa conversation of when's she coming back and all of that, I feel like you can just go wherever you want. If Triple H wants to put them onto the card this weekend, he can do it. If he wants to put them into a match next week, he can do it. If he wants to build towards a Hell in a Cell or some sort of street fight at Bad Blood, he can do it. Like, it's really, how do you know what he is going to do? How do you know on what he's planning on doing? Like, he's got so many options on the table, hasn't he? So many options. So it's very exciting, because I expect Howdy to get the win. I'm struggling to see Howdy not win, even if it's by DQ. But yeah, you're absolutely right. There could be some screwy finish there, which builds up to something further down the road. So 6, shout out to you. That's what she said. Shout out to you. And Dean, Shout out to you as well, my friend. Dean said, Daze, you mentioned some a while back about Abby not liking Alexa. Safe to guess when she comes back, her and Nikki will feuds. Yeah, it was a great comment. I can't remember if it was on Unseen, but there were Firefly Fun houses where Abby was off with Alexa being there. There was, it sort of felt a little bit like, you know, sometimes when moms don't like the girls that their sons are dating, there's a bit of like, I'm not jealousy, I mean, that's the wrong word, but I don't know. It's like they judge the girl and they're like, oh, you're not good enough, you know? You're not good enough. And it was kind of like that in a way. It felt a little bit like Sister Abigail, who we know, I mean, that was Abby the Witch, of course, but we know that she was very protective of Bray. She was like a mother figure in many ways. I mean, she taught him a lot, took him under her wing. And it did kind of have that vibe of, even though he wasn't going out with Alexa, it had the vibe that Abby was, I don't think you're good enough for my son kind of a mentality. That's certainly how it always came across to me. It had that sort of vibe at times. Not all the time. Abby didn't really say a great deal. But at times, you know, there was a few moments where it certainly came across that way. So there was a great theory, and I forget who mentioned it. I definitely would have given credit at the time. But there was a great theory of, well, when Alexa comes back, if Nikki is channeling or portraying Abby the Witch, we know there was times where Abby did not like Alexa. So the idea that they're going to be BFFs is potentially flawed. There's potential. It's potentially true that they wouldn't just hit it off straight away. I mean, we said, look, Alexa could come back and go to SmackDown. Nikki could pop up in the background. We wouldn't know what her intention was. She could absolutely go after Alexa because now Abby has got a vessel, a body that can actually do some damage to Alexa. You know, she couldn't really do much damage when she was a puppet, but now she's got a vessel where, I don't know, how strong was that hatred? How strong was that distrust? And will it still show itself when Alexa arrives? So, yeah, very good, Dean. Very good. Yeah, well remembered. That was something that was brought up, and I forget if it was on a stream or if an Unseen, if it was in or a Wyatt 6 video. But that was from the community. And I thought it was an excellent point because it is true there were moments where there was a level of distrust that was there. So, very good. But will Alexa potentially bully Rowan as Alexa poisoned the rabbit puppet? Again, that's interesting. I mean, she did sort of, but a lot of them did. In all fairness, Bray did. You know, Bray was off with Ramblin' Rabbit. You know, and Ramblin' Rabbit always threatened to expose what was really going on. I do feel like that's something that can be explored still. I do so many videos. It's impossible for me to point you in the direction of where things were said. It's impossible. But I remember us talking the other day about how that would be really good to explore. Like the fact that we were having a chat, weren't we? We were having a chat at the start before a stream. And I'm sure the conversation was about Braun and should he come back with a split personality. And we got into this big conversation, and I think it featured in that. I think there's a clip that I put up on the second channel that's got that conversation, so you can easily find it. It's on the Wrestling Daze Clips channel. I'm looking for like any good conversations that we have in these like 2 hours before. I'm happy to pull them out as clips and put them on the Clips channel because I think there's some really good conversations we have here. And I'm not patting my back there. I'm patting your back, right? I'm saying the stuff that you lot bring to the table, I think, you know, sparks some really good conversations. If I didn't think this had value, we would just start the show when the show starts. You know, we would just start our coverage as soon as Raw or SmackDown begins. But I don't do that because I think the 2 hours we spend talking really does kind of unearth some really good points and has got like merit. So, yeah, it's a good point there from Kim Strains. Could Alexa come back and... I don't know that she would bully Rowan, but their relationship would be very interesting. And, you know, I think this really is the key to the long-term success of this group, I am a little bit worried, and I've expressed that a few times about this group being a Bray Wyatt tribute act. I think that at the moment, we're doing the first of stuff, yeah? First, like, tonight's going to be Uncle Howdy's first match. Not long ago, we had the first Wyatt 6 match. Not long before that, we had their arrival, right? So there's a lot of firsts that we're doing at the moment. And so you can totally understand why we would make sure that we pay respects to Bray and to Brody. And we're doing everything as we should. No complaints. Long term, this group has got to stand on their own 2 feet. They've got to be able to kind of explore their own creative. They've got to explore stories that Bray would not have written down. I mean, I don't know that he wrote all of this down, right? I mean, maybe he was interested in working with Chad, but I don't know. Was the Creeds involved? You know, I don't know if, like, Nightbird was all sketched out the way that it went, or if, like, White Rabbit was the inspiration and they've just built on that. Like, it's very hard to know what here is Bray's and what is theirs and what they've created and what they've expanded on, right? But I don't think as fans we should worry about that. I think at the end of the day, whatever we get on TV is what we look at and we, you know, enjoy or we don't enjoy. I think it just comes down to that. I don't think worrying about whether it was Bray's creative or not Bray's creative. So I do like the little touches, the little respects that have been paid. But as time goes by, that's obviously going to settle down, and I think it should settle down. And I think they should have a freedom to explore these characters, and that will require taking some chances, and it will require doing stuff that Bray may not have written down, or, you know, us interpreting these characters rather than outright knowing what Bray, because we don't have all the answers, do we? Because he's no longer with us. I don't think there's a magical book somewhere that's got absolutely everything written in it. So, you know, if Alexa comes back, do you have her and Rowan being a little bit off? Because it plays back to, or, you know, Rowan, Rambling Rabbit was always a very positive, forgiving person. So I don't know. I mean, would you delve into that, or do you just ignore it and it just wasn't a big enough factor? Or I don't know. This is where decisions are going to have to be made, aren't they? Decisions will have to be made, and you'll have to interpret these characters. And, you know, you probably won't have this written down by Bray. This probably will be creative that we're just going to have to take a chance on. So, interesting. I've watched highlights of SmackDown. I missed it last week, said Taruka. I hope you enjoyed it. Night Legacy said you can take the man out of city, but not the city out of the man. We are made to suffer. Someone needs to make a wrestling app when important things happen and you get alarms, says Dortnight. But there is Wrestle Feed. I don't know if you can set up like notifications on that. They tend to, on their headlines thing, just focus on bigger stories, but there's still plenty of bits that get through that I don't know that would class as a big story. But then a big story to one person might not be a big story to another person, might it? So I suppose that's a bit tricky, really. I'm sure there could be a better way of tailoring to your own personal needs, customizing what is a big story for you. Like, if you're not interested in anything but WWE, it would be good if you could just select that. And then if you're not interested in memes and jokes and stuff, you just want literally the big headline stories, then, you know, you should be able to filter that down. So there probably is scope for something better than what's out there, but there are a few things that are out there. We talk about Alexa too much, said TJF. Instead of focusing on the Wyatt 6 or Uncle Howdy will punish us, said TJF. TJF, hope you're well. Shockwave said, anyone hear about Ricochet on AEW? Apparently it wasn't that good. People are saying he should have stayed with WWE. Well, I don't know how people can say that, to be honest. He only made one appearance, and it was in wasn't it a casino battle royal thing? He got a great pop as he came out, and yeah, I mean, I suppose people might be saying that because he didn't appear in a higher profile spot on the cards. But, I mean, they're going to give him a platform to perform on a regular basis. And I think he is tried, hasn't he, in WWE? I mean, what else can the guy do? I would imagine he feels like he has exhausted everything he could do. I mean, he's not going to be one of the top guys. He's been there long enough now, whereby, where do you draw that line? You know, where do you say, oh, this is going to be better for my career? I think he's made money. I think he obviously has met Samantha, the love of his life. I think he's, you know, tried and been in some high-profile matches, and he's had some mid-card titles, but actually kicking on past that point, I don't know that there's anything indicating that WWE were ever going to do that. So here he is trying his luck in AEW. So I don't know. I don't feel that way. I think it's good that he's took a chance on himself. I think it's good that he is not going to just accept the position he's in. It's not his fault, you know. WWE, if they like him enough, they could have found a way. They had plenty of opportunity to turn around and go, listen, we really value you. What we're going to do is we're going to look to build you up to a World Heavyweight Championship. And, you know, this is how we're going to go about it. I think he would have listened to that. I think he would have been interested in that, because he certainly stayed with WWE long enough whereby those conversations could have happened. But they didn't, did they? So I love WWE, but I will also be the first to acknowledge that, unfortunately, there's only so much room at the top of the card. You know, I mean, we're already hearing Rikishi getting annoyed and upset at the fact that Jey Uso isn't used more. He came out and said, you know, Jey could go to AEW. That went everywhere. If you actually read the article, Jay's not saying that. Jay's not coming out teasing that he's interested in leaving. It's Rikishi that's the one that's like, he can go, you know. He could go. Like, he's the one that's causing the trouble. In fact, whenever I've heard Jay speak, he's always said to his dad, his pops, like, just let the story play out. Like, Jay always strikes me as quite level-headed. I think Jay's very happy with his place. And I think they've used him really well. I mean, he's main evented SummerSlam, he's main evented WrestleMania. He's super over with the whole Yeet thing. He's making tons of money as one of their top stars. Really, it ain't that far of a jump for him going on and becoming a world heavyweight champion. I could totally see that in his future. I could totally see it in his future. So Rikishi getting a bit, you know, impatient, coming out with like these quotes which have come from him, not Jay. I don't know. I could understand it just not being a good look, but you know, if that's Jay's dad that's getting impatient that Jay is not a world champion, how do you think Finn Balor feels? How do you think Sami Zayn feels? You know, I mean, there's a long list of guys that have not managed to get that world heavyweight championship title. So Ricochet, just how would he fit into it? Where would he fit into it? It's so hard, isn't it? It's so hard. Sometimes it's to do with timing and luck and certainly getting the right creative. And I wish him all the best in AEW. I really hope it works out for him because I think he is such a great talent. Carl and Dawn, shout out to you. Said, how's it going, Daze? It's going all right, thank you. I hope you are well. I'm very excited for tonight. Tonight's the night. And it is very exciting. Lots of excitement around because, of course, tonight we have got the debut of Uncle Howdy. And I did ask a question as to what did people want to see. And a lot of the answers were the kind of answers that you would have expected. Just things like, I'm hoping it's going to be a great match. I'm hoping there's going to be some tributes to Bray. I'm hoping that we get to see a Sister Abigail. I'm hoping that he does the claw. You know, I'm hoping that it's a big deal. I'm hoping that it kicks on to a new feud. Those are the kind of feedback comments that we were receiving. And honestly, I get it. I thought that those comments made sense. I spoke on Unseen, right? I think Unseen, sometimes there's not like massive stories, but I always try to make them as entertaining as possible. And what I did with the last episode was there wasn't a big story, But I thought, well, I'll share my thoughts on this match because that feels like where the talking point is, right? So I was saying on that, for me, I'm looking for something new. I'm looking for something that makes us go, oh, this is cool. You remember like when The Fiend made his debut and he came out, he had the lantern and like we had this big entrance, SummerSlam, like that to me felt like, wow, kind of mind-blowing. I didn't expect this. You know, it kind of had that. It's a big thing to ask for them to provide something like that. But this is also a big deal. This is a match many people thought we were going to get at SummerSlam. This is Uncle Howdy against Chad Gable. And honestly, this is definitely something that I feel is worthy of something new. Be it a move, be it an accessory. I'm just keeping an eye out to see, you know, what are we going to do here? How are we going to push the envelope, the boundaries? What are we going to try? What are we going to do? Anything different? Or is it just going to be what I think we're expecting, which is them coming down? And what do the Wyatt Six do? I mean, will they be at ringside? What will they do whilst Uncle Howdy is competing? Will they be standing around the ring? Or will it just be him on his own? If it's him on his own, then I'm guessing that would mean that the Creeds will come out with Chads. So he'll be at a disadvantage, but then, of course, you can have the Wyatts come down, make the save. I don't know. It's that for me, I'm looking for something new. I'm looking for something I can get my teeth into. So, Carl and Dawn, shout out to you. Dean said, is Judgment Day next for Wyatt 6? They absolutely could be. Judgment Day, I think, are a definite target. Because, you know, there's reasons why you would go after them. And I think, like, we need a way of getting out of this. The only problem is I can't see in it being this side of Bad Bloods. Because I think we do Finn, Damien, and I think we do Liv, Rhea. And we could do that at Bad Bloods. And honestly, Finn, Damien, that could continue for a little bit. And Rhea, Liv could as well. So if the Wyatt Six are going to go after Judgment Day, I think it'll be JD, Carlito, Dominik that are the ones that are being terrorized. Because they're the ones that I don't think are going to necessarily have a feud. No one's really after Dom apart from Rhea. And Rhea's going to be tied up with Liv. So I feel like those Finn, Damien, that can run for a while. Liv, Rhea, that can run for a while. Dominik's going to be involved in those. But what about Carlito? What about JD? Of course, they're going to be helping out. But we could absolutely have the Wyatt Six going after them to give them something else on their plate. We could definitely do that. But it wouldn't feel like we're doing that until after Bad Bloods. And honestly, there's no guarantee that we get to that because I don't think it would be the biggest shock in the world if we did Judgment Day against the Terror Twins and Jey Uso and, say, Sammy or whoever we get. We could cobble together a team for the Terror Twins and we could do them against Judgment Day at Survivor Series. I mean, we could stretch it that long. It's not that long. It's the end of August. So you're talking about 3 months. I mean, you could stretch it 3 months. So, you know, it might be Wyatt 6 Judgment Day in 2025, to be honest. So I do think Judgment Day are a target. I just think the hard thing to figure out is when. When do you do it? I don't know that it's that's it tonight. I don't know that we wrap up Chad Gable tonight and that's it. You know, you've already heard thoughts that this is going to set up another match between Wyatts and American Maids. And I think that probably makes sense because I just don't think Judgment Day are free to move on to yet. And it doesn't feel like Final Testament are free. We're still very much planting seeds for New Day splitting. If New Day do split, then the Final Testament will be free because you'll have Xavier and Kofi going up against each other and Odyssey kind of caught in the middle. And then Final Testament, I don't think need to be around anymore. So maybe we do something with Final Testament first. And then maybe we look at Judgment Day. So I think there's potential for them to be in the pot as well. But yeah, I think it'll be American made for a little bit longer. I am the Colour Red. Shout out to you. Appreciate the support, my friends. Gifting a Wrestling Daze membership. It's really appreciated, buds. So, very cool, very kind. The Ring General said, I just wanted to send a super chats for support. I'm going to be in Seattle this weekend. Oh, man, Seattle, that's cool. Always makes me think of Frasier, Seattle. Lot of love for Seattle. I've never been, but I think I'd really enjoy it. I'm going to be in Seattle for Metallica shows. Oh, man, that's cool. I'm going to miss SmackDown and Bash in Berlin, so enjoy. The mat is sacred. Der Ring General, I hope you have a great time, my friends. I hope you have a great time. That should be really good. Going and seeing Metallica. That's cool. I'm really up for trying to get tickets for Oasis, which details hopefully will be in about 8.5 hours, so I'm counting down for that. But enjoy Metallica. That's a band I'd go and see. I'd go and see Metallica. Six, shout out to you. We got a little sad face there, Six. Why are you so sad? Thought you'd be excited. I thought you'd be excited. We are working our way towards the start of the show. We've got just about an hour and a half, which will soon go. You know it's soon going to go. So we're working our way towards that. And yeah, no, turn that frown upside down, my friend. Carl and Dawn said, I've got a pint for you. Last Friday, dancing. I had more than one. Well, I hope you enjoyed it, my friend. I was going to go out on Saturday. I didn't in the end, unfortunately. There was just, I don't know, there was like so much bits that were around. So much stuff that was kind of just around. I just didn't really feel like I was able to get away in the end. So, still haven't had it. That pint is still on hold. But I will get to it one day. It's coming. And it sounds like you had it for me anyway, bud, so I hope it was a good one. Right, I'm going to see Baby Metal for the second time in November. That should be fun, says Evan. Evan, shout out to you. Big Boy Frankie said, do we think that Howdy's debut match will be the main event? Yes, I believe it will. I think that's been confirmed by Adam Pearce. Tony says Wade Barrett would be perfect for Raw, and his favourite words, tsunami. Oh yeah, we've got a new lineup of commentators, haven't we? Let's go. Definitely excited to see what we get tonight. I don't actually know who's on tonight. Is it the Joe Territora or whatever his name is? Is he on tonight? Jim, shout out to you, buds. Said, what do we think of Nigel McGuinness making his return? Could a match with Danhausen be coming? Well, I'm excited for Nigel McGuinness's return. I don't know. I don't know if he's announced that he's back or if that was a one-time thing. You know, I don't know as to where we are in regards to this being long-term or just a one-off, just a moment. Apparently, he didn't feature in the match much. I heard people say that he sort of went missing for quite a while during the match, so I think there's a chance that he's got himself in great shape. He's made that entrance. He looked great. He's come down to the ring. He's had that moment. Where we go from here, I don't know. I honestly don't know. If it is a return of some sort, then obviously loads of great matches that can be had. And yeah, I'd be very, very interested to check out a proper 2024 Nigel McGuinness match. That would be awesome. So, thought it was a great moment. I thought they had a few great moments. Jamie Hayter and Nigel McGuinness and Zack Sabre Jr., Taz, I believe, getting involved in the hook match. The Mercedes entrance, which I thought was fun. Hated the Ospreay entrance. I saw people praising the Ospreay and I thought it was garbage. It was a flipping advert for Assassin's Creed. I mean, like, come on. That was like some awful sponsorship. Like, I thought Mercedes coming out with the guards and the carriage and the corgis and the Buckingham Palace backing, I thought that looked good. But then they did like this whole Assassin's Creed tie-in for Will Ospreay, and it was just like a real cheesy sponsorship. I hated it. But I saw people go, nah, man, that went hard. But then I don't play Assassin's Creed, so perhaps if I did, perhaps I'd be more into it. But to me, it was just an awful sponsorship. rather than an epic entrance, and you could have done so much cool stuff for Ospreay. It was just some awful sponsorship, so I was down on that. But yeah, there was still loads of great entrances, loads of great moments. Didn't Mariah May like slap her own mother? I saw there a gif of that doing the rounds. She hit her hard as well. She hit her hard. Did you see that footage of Toni Storm after the match? She wanders to outside of Wembley, jumps over the barricade, and she's like dancing herself away. And you've got Luther chasing after her. Like, it seems like Toni Storm she snapped anyway, but it seems like she snapped again even further. After the match, she was still in her ring gear. She climbed over this little railing outside of Wembley. She just went wandering off down the street as Luther's chasing after her. And she was like dancing away down the street. Yeah, I thought there was, as I said, nothing but praise, I suppose, from what I saw. I genuinely think I didn't watch the show. I'm just piecing it together from my whole feed was full of clips and GIFs and thoughts and comments, right? I feel like I have watched the show. But from what I've seen, it comes across like it was one of their best ever pay-per-views. It comes across like it was a real success for them. So brilliant. Really pleased. Oh, and Sting. Forgot about Sting. It's Sting! Smoke E, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the spot. I like your profile picture shirt. That looks like Jay from here. Might be Jimmy. I think it's Jay. I think it's the Yeetmeister General. So, Smoke E. Is that Smoke E Diggler? I've got Smoke E Diggle, but it cuts off the rest. So, Smoke E, like Robbie. Shout out to you, my friend. Ryan, hello. Said Daze, when do we see the whole Wyatt 6 on a PLE? And what match? As an example, House of Horrors. And if so, what match would you make for them? So I think this group's a lot more based in reality. And I do think that those kind of House of Horror matches, I got to tell you, that House of Horror match, it did not get universal praise. I can't even remember what I thought of it at the time. I can tell you now, I look back on it and I think it's okay. Where him and Randy are inside that house. I mean, I thought like it was okay. Them going around the house, and there was some interesting imagery in the different rooms. But I think once they had fought in the house, don't they both end up getting in cars and just drive into the arena? And then like finishing off the match in the arena, like... I don't know. I feel like if you're going to do a match like that, it's probably better to just let the whole match play out in that location. But then the problem with that is you don't perform in front of the live audience that have paid their money. So they kind of had to try and do both. And it's a bit awkward because you're trying to do a cinematic, look at this spooky haunted house thing. But then you've got to get them to jump in cars and finish it off in front of the crowd because the crowd have paid money to see the performers. So I don't know, that's not a match that I really look back on with like crazy fondness. Again, I think trying stuff is worth it, and I don't think there was anything that was necessarily bad in there. I just don't know that I think it would have been better if the whole thing had played out in the house. Let's put it that way. I think had you been able to have just done that match during the pandemic, I think you could have done something better because you wouldn't have had to have worried about the live crowds. So I think that if you're going to do something like that, you either go all in or don't do it. So if you're going to do a House of Horror match, you do the whole thing on location. If you're going to do something in the arena, then do it in the arena. So with that being said, it does limit your options, really. It does limit your options. So if I was going to book it, I would book Hell in a Cell. Because I think this is a group that's a lot more based in reality. I don't think it's a group that really... I do still think there's room for horror, of course. I mean, the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, for example, is one of my favorite horror films. And that's a demented family in the middle of nowhere where, there's a guy with like they've all got mental health problems, but the main guy, he with the chainsaw, he is the guy that, really has gone off the deep end. And, that is scary as hell. It's psychological and it's scary. It's one of the greatest horror films. And I sort of feel like you can go down those roads with this group. I think that you can... I think they should be doing vignettes, and they should be doing interviews away from, like, the ring. You know, a fun house, if you will. Doesn't have to be the fun house, but I think you can do a fun house of sorts, or something similar, or, you know, do it in wherever it is they stay. Where are they living? What is their backstory? We know the backstory of Bray, and we know the Wyatt compound, and we even got to see it. Where, you know, where are they staying? We kind of touched on a few things during Nightbirds, but since Nightbird ended, we don't know. Where do they stay? Do they live together? Have they all moved in together? What do they get up to? Where do they live? What does it look like? Give me a glimpse of that, and I'll take some promos from there as well. And if they've got their own rooms in this compound, or maybe their own houses within this compound, right? They've got their own properties. Show me that. Let's explore that. Let's dig a bit deeper into that, because I really think that's going to massively help flesh these characters out. So I don't think that a match necessarily has to do that. You could do a compound and have a match at a compound, but for me, I would be doing the promos there. When it comes to a PLE, I think I want to get across how vicious they are. I think I want to get that across more. I think use the promos for the spooky mystery, for the darkness. Use the matches for the viciousness. Use the matches as a way of showing this is a group you don't F with. Not even joking, you do not F with this group. You do not mess around with this group. This is not a group that you ridicule, right? If you want this group to be cool, they've got to do cool stuff. We need bloods from this group. We need this group to be grabbing tables and to be, you know, like how Jacob messes up people and people are like, Jacob's so good, Jacob's so cool. You need some of that for the Wyatt Six. So for me, I think the matches carry the weight of that. And I think the spookiness, the darkness, the mystery, for me personally, I would have that coming through the promos, coming through the interviews, coming through the segments. And I think then you've got the best of both worlds. I think then you are ticking all boxes. You've got a dark mystery group that you know you can't mess around with, that you know is vicious, and you've communicated it very clearly. So, yeah, it's a boring answer in the sense of I can't sit here and say, oh, I'd do a 3 stages of hell match, you know, or I would do a swamp fight, or I would do a Firefly Funhouse match, you know, because the truth is, I'm trying to think about what do I want to communicate, and what I want to get across is how vicious they are. And really, it's the matches that I think are going to best show that. So I think things like street fights and things like Hell in a Cell are going to be the best vehicles to communicate that. Cage matches, street fights, Hell in a Cells. You could say Last Man Standing. You know, those kinds of matches. Keeps it in reality, keeps it vicious, keeps it brutal. You can use weapons, and then promos for the darkness. So, Ryan, shout out to you, my friends. Shout out to you. House of Horrors, as I said, would be fine. I'd have no problems with if they put if they say we're going to do Bash in Berlin and it's going to be Wyatt Six against American Made House of Horrors. Brilliant. Let's go. The only thing I would say is I wouldn't do the 50-50 thing. I would just do all of it off-site. I don't know how the crowd would react to that, but I would do the whole thing off-site because I just didn't like that 50-50 thing. It was just a bit weird, them jumping in a car and finishing it in a ring, you know. During Nightbird, the group kidnapped a therapist. They broke into people's homes. Since then, we've not seen that side of them, said Jacob. That's true, Jacob. I agree. I think that is something that's been missing. I think what we've done is we've tried to establish the target, and we've also tried to give a bit of backstory to the characters, right, with those tapes. And I think all of that has been fine. But I think if we want to be honest about what's been missing with the group, and I think what would really help the group is is that edge. It's that edge. It's, you know, we've had a massacre when they first arrived. We didn't see it. We saw the aftershocks. We saw the aftermath. We didn't see the massacre. I think, you know, people want to see the brutality. They want to see the viciousness. They want to see this group actually, you know, if these guys are mentally disturbed, brainwashed, they believe they are puppets brought to life. They're angry at being overlooked, angry at being undervalued. That has to show itself. Has to show itself. And I feel like, you know, how you do that is by being brutal, by being vicious. And as you said, you know, even things like popping up round people's houses. Do you know what I mean? This is a group that doesn't know any boundaries. This isn't a group that's going to observe personal space. This isn't a group that's not going to go, oh, we could go round their house. No, leave it. We'll wait till Monday. This ain't a group that's going to do that. This is a group that shouldn't have any boundaries. This is a group that should be causing carnage. This is the gloves are off. The gloves are off when it comes to this group. This is a group that doesn't just talk about, you know, like how Final Testament do a lot of talking about how blah, 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 this and that. But actually their actions, do you know what I mean? It's pretty safe, middle of the road. It's not really too much, just lots of promos, lots of words, lots of talking. I feel like the Wyatt Six should be ones that are more action than words. And they should be out there causing problems, causing carnage, not necessarily waiting for Mondays, playing by their own rules. And we'll get there. I've no doubt we'll get there. This isn't a criticism. It's just saying what's lacking at the moment. What could we turn up a bit? What do I think would help this group? And I think it's that side of things, isn't it? But, I mean, listen, we've done some really great stuff. I think they've done a lot of... I love those interviews. I love those VHS tapes. I mean, there was nothing but universal praise for the Wyatt Six first match. I do think it could have been more brutal. I do think it could have been more violent. I do think they are trying to do some, like, tag team moves and stuff like that. But, you know, we're talking about the very beginning. I've said as well, this group, I don't know when they got brought together. I don't know where their chemistry is, because they haven't been running house show matches. So, and they've not come from NXT. You know, normally when you get a group like this, they've worked together in NXT, like the Wyatt family. So the Wyatt family had worked all of this out in NXT. And a lot of people have worked out their characters. This group haven't. They haven't had a chance. They got put together and put straight on the main roster. So how can they have all the answers straight out the gate? They can't. They're not going to get everything right. And if I think if that's the expectation, then I think your expectation's too high. I think this is a group that is going to have the odd misstep. The chemistry's going to have to grow. They're going to have to find their feet, find the characters, work on the relationships between the characters, because they haven't got an NXT run behind them. They're having to do this for the first time. So nothing but love and respect for what they've achieved so far. But again, just looking at where can we turn up, what can we do? I think those are the areas. But totally understand why this is not like 10 out of 10 or 100 out of 10. Because I think they are going to need time to kind of get settled into these new roles. A.B. Jobson said Orange Cassidy needs to go back to his original entrance song. Forged in Fire said congratulations to Will Ospreay for winning at London and the debut of Ricochet. Big Time Baxter said, I got to his comment and then it jumped up screen. There it is. SmackDown with no competition fell to about 2 million. It was the lowest number since 2022. Numbers going down before the USA move is not ideal, that's true. But the show just hasn't been good since WrestleMania. Yeah. I think they massively got boosted by Roman. And I think people knew that Roman wasn't on the show. He wasn't advertised. He'd got beaten down. And I think, you know, people knew that he wasn't around or I wasn't seeing that many people asking, oh, is Roman going to be on the show and all that. So I think people sort of knew, and yeah, I mean, like Cody and Kevin, it's fine, but it's another match where Cody just doesn't feel like he's in peril. And, you know, Bloodline are fine, but without Roman around, you know, outside of Jacob, it ain't the Bloodline of old, is it? You know, this ain't Roman and the Usos and Sammy. We ain't dealing with that level of engagement. So this is like a Wish version of that. But Jacob is that X Factor. Jacob is someone that I think has just massively grabbed people's attention. So yeah, it's I get it. I understand. It's one of those where there's no excuses. I think it's a show that ideally would have done 2.2, but looking at what they put together, it was, and has been for quite a while now, just fine. SmackDown has just been fine. It feels to me like they are way more focused, and they're probably right to be, actually, way more focused on the move to Netflix. They're way more focused on that. And I think they're right to be, because we're going to a streaming platform we've never been on before. Never been on it before. And not only will you not be able to flick channels and just stumble across, like, you've got to purposefully go to Netflix. That is a problem. You've got to purposefully go to Netflix to go and find WWE. Now, we know many people do purposefully go to Netflix. We know the reach is going to be incredible, and we don't know what the numbers are going to look like, right? I'm not expecting a crazy increase, but I think that we should see an increase. We know there's an increase if you go from USA Network to Fox, right? So I feel like there'll be an increase if you go from USA Network to Netflix. I don't know what that number's going to look like, though. And I don't know if we'll ever know what that number actually is, because Netflix, I don't think, have to reveal that information unless, you know, it's crazy and they want to. So I don't know, I don't see a massive monster. I don't think we go to like 3 million or anything like that, right? But you can understand why they're putting more focus on Raw, because that is a bigger move, isn't it? SmackDown going back to USA Network is not as big, because wrestling is already on USA Network, and it has been for decades. So that is, I think, a location where hopefully Americans expect to find wrestling, right? They kind of know, they associate that channel with wrestling. So going back, that's not as big, but going to Netflix, whole different ballgame. So you can understand why all the creative juices are kind of flowing when it comes to Raw, and making Raw as kind of unmissable as possible. And maybe SmackDown has just suffered as a result. I think it's a real shame, though, you know, that they can't spin both plates. I can't sit here and give you an answer as to why it's not possible to spin both plates. I can't give you the answer to that. I genuinely don't know. If I was Triple H, it was something that I would be very aware of. If I was Triple H, I would see the quality of both shows, and I would be aware that SmackDown... I mean, there's memes doing the rounds where people are poking fun at SmackDown, saying that it's the poor brother of Raw, you know? It's the Marty Jannetty, basically. If Raw is Shawn Michaels, then SmackDown is Marty Jannetty. And so, you know, people are poking fun of it. And Triple H, if he is monitoring Twitter, must be aware of that. Why can't we have two Shawn Michaels? Eh? Why can't we have two Shawn Michaels? That is a very interesting question. I can't answer why. And if I was Triple H, that would be something that I would be pondering. Wrestle with Andy, hello, said Sid could headline a Hall of Fame. He's so underrated. Former WWE champion and Mania main eventer in the Hogan era and just before the Attitude era, also in WCW and ECW. I would have agreed with you, but I think now that he's passed, obviously, him not being there means that I can't imagine him, like, them doing that and having him main event. So I think this is the tragedy of not putting people in. I mean, what were they waiting for? When it comes to Sid, what were they waiting for? He hasn't, to my knowledge, I don't think he's been, I don't know what, he hasn't done anything with WWE since 2012, 14 years. He may have done something elsewhere. And then obviously he's been ill, and perhaps like recently they've thought, well, we can't, he's not going to be able to. I just don't know. I mean, like, I feel like there was opportunities. I suppose the truth is, when there were opportunities, there was always someone else ahead in the queue. But I just think it's such a shame that you don't put people in when they're alive. I don't understand that. Unless you're worried they're going to say something about the company. You could understand why some people, they might want to put in, but, they're a bit worried about what might get said during the induction speech. But someone like Sid, I really don't think he would. As we said, go back to 2012, he was competing on Raw, taking on Heath Slater. So it's such a shame. I mean, Vader is the one that breaks my heart. Vader should have he always wanted to go in. Always said he wanted in, and we waited for him to pass away before we put him in. So I just think that's such a bad look for WWE. Like, put people in when they're still with us. The thing for Triple H, though, is okay, Sid, you could say should have been part of the class this year, but perhaps they knew behind the scenes that his cancer was really bad. And so it just wasn't possible. I mean, I'd like to think it's that. I'd like to think that, they are aware of somewhere there should be a list of key people that are not in the Hall of Fame. Right? Somewhere in WWE, in that big building, there should be a list of people that are not in that should be in, right? Probably take about a day to put that together. If you go back through all the former champions, are they in? Yes or no? Who's been a champion that's not in? Then go back and have a look at different rosters and have a look at like WrestleMania and like pay-per-views and have a look, see who's not in. And then once you've got that list of names, run it to see, are these people still with us or not? And it would just seem like a no-brainer to me. You could pay someone a couple of days. You could pay me a couple of days. I'll do that for them, right? I ain't going to do it for free because it's a lot of work in all fairness. But you could pay someone a couple of days' work, and then you'll have a spreadsheet full of that information. Who's in, who's not in, why should they go in? Did they appear at a PLE? How long were they with the company for? You can easily do that. Easy. Take time, but you can easily do it. And I just think there's not really an excuse as to why you're not trying to get people in whilst they're still with us. So, yeah, a real shame. I hope he goes in. He absolutely deserves it. Days, what a horrible day. R.I.P. Sven. Yes, former England manager, who I think, didn't he lose his battle with cancer? That's pretty big news over here. He was the England manager for a good few years, quite a run in the early 2000s, and he was our first foreign manager of our England football team. So someone which, did a decent job, but I don't know that fans necessarily look back on his reign with all that much fondness. Some good moments, though. But him as a person, respects. Nothing but respects. So, very sad news. I saw that was all over the BBC website. And then Sid. The only decent thing that happened today was Cara Noir. Yeah. So me and James really enjoy a wrestler called Cara Noir, who has got one of the best entrances in wrestling. I mean, he comes out to, it's like this classical piece of music. I don't know if it's Swan Lake or whatever, right? But it's a classical piece. I'm not very good with classical music. But he comes out, and he's got, he keeps himself quite small as he comes out, and as the music builds, he throws his arms out, and he's got this, like Macho Man used to have that big robe. He's kind of got this massive peacock wings, and he does it in time with the music, and it is so epic. It's so good. I actually retweeted. I should have a picture of him for those that have never seen Cara Noir. I got so excited I retweeted it. Well, he had a big injury, and it looked like his career was over, and he is back. You're going to have to excuse James's bad language, but if you join us on a regular basis, you'll know that's pretty much something we say every stream at some point. So here is Cara Noir. Dude, let's effing go, says James. So this is Cara Noir right here, and I mean, he's got a decent size to him. He's not like the most jacked guy in the world, but he's toned. Like, physique-wise, he's toned. And when he comes out, like, he comes out quite small. And when the music hits, throws out his arms, and he's got, like, this massive, like, butterfly peacock kind of entrance. It looks so good. He's a really good wrestler as well. I believe he used to be a dancer. So he's got such great poise, balance, agility, speed, like, athletic. Dancers have got like amazing core strength and very agile, of course. And so, yeah, he is someone that I think would provide something very different. He's like a fully fledged character in his own right, you know? I'm so desperate for this guy to come to NXT. So desperate, because I just think he so deserves it. Former Progress World Champion, and got an injury, looked like he was done. And I just think that he could provide something very theatrical for NXT. NXT, where people are kind of finding their feet, finding their characters. Fully fledged character right here. Proper entrance, knows who he is, can go in the ring. Yeah, man. Super excited that he's back. Super excited. So I would urge that you check out his entrance if you've never seen it. Check out Cara Noir entrance on YouTube, and hopefully, if you get a good example, it's you'll be impressed. So yeah, me and James are fans. Every time me and James walk into a room, we've got our own little peacock things, and we go like that, and we just branch out, peacocking around. Right. Let's go. It's a few super chats to get to. Ryan said, if you could make a nasty match for the 6th that's not been done, what would you have planned for your own booking? What do you mean by, I don't know what you mean by a nasty match. Do you mean like a violent sort of thing? Define nasty for me, because I don't quite understand. If we're talking about violent, then obviously that's very difficult, because this is WWE, so you've got to stay the right side of PG. We know that you can have blood, right? But I don't quite know where the borders are, right? It's one of those where, could you get away with the ropes being barbed wire? You know? Could you get away with something like that? Could you get away with some sort of barbed wire thing? I mean, the thing is, I feel like when it comes to barbed wire and stuff like that, like deathmatch stuff, yeah, it's got a bad rep because it gets overdone, and those spots they don't let them breathe. I think with WWE it would work so much better, because you wouldn't spam those spots. I mean, really, if someone's going to get like planted on a bed of barbed wire in WWE, that's sure to be the finish, because we just don't see stuff like that. I mean, that is just something that just is not, you don't have that in WWE anymore. So when we go to Netflix, we know that there's not going to be the same limitations. So I think there is going to be more freedom to do something like that. But I would urge caution, because as much as I would put the Wyatt 6 in a match like that, and I would have them be blood and brutal, right? You're never going to be able to go too far, because you have to remember that this is still very family, and it's still kids that are watching, right? But if you look at like what The Rock did to Cody outside, where he was like whipping him repeatedly, swearing his head off, rain was coming down, that didn't feel like a PG segment. That felt brutal. That felt violent. You know, the whipping of Cody, like that to me is still one of the iconic segments of the year, easily. Maybe my favorite segment of the year is that moment where you've got The Rock standing over Cody. There's even a clip that we looked at on Unseen, where after that ended, like they go, cut, we're off air. Rock turns around, he's like, I don't give up if we're off air or on air. You think you can just tell me to stop? And he carries on in character. And we never saw it. during Raw because we had gone off air. So this was extra content that was for social media. And I don't know, I said at the time, I don't know if they planned it or if The Rock was method acting. Because, you know, if you're going to really get into character, there are some actors out there, as you know, that really do get into character. You know, famously, Jim Carrey, when he was doing Man on the Moon, he would channel Andy Kaufman, or he would just play Andy Kaufman all the time. All the time. Whether they were filming or not filming, he was Andy Kaufman. And he was causing so many problems on set. There's a whole documentary about it. Whole documentary about how Jim Carrey just, like, even when they weren't filming, was just acting as Andy Kaufman. And, like, you hear stories about Daniel Day-Lewis as well. And a lot of actors that really get into it. I don't know if The Rock had done that. And if when the camera's cut, he just was still in the role, right? He'd got himself into that mindset. And so he carried on for a little bit. Or if they agreed beforehand, keep it going, because we'll do a little summit for social media. Could be either, to be honest. I'm not sure what the truth is there. But I know that he did carry it on afterwards, right? That, to me, is one of my favourite moments. I think it's violent. I think it's brutal. I think there's bad language. I think the whipping. I think there was blood as well, if I recall. But again, where is that line? Where is that line? And even when we go to Netflix, where is that line? It's going to be different for everybody, because you've got to think of kids, because we're a very family product. And you can't now just go, right, that's it. PG's over. Because what are you going to do with all the kids that enjoy watching, that spend money, that drag their parents to shows, right? What are you going to do with all of those kids? So I think there will be times where we push boundaries on Netflix, but they've already made noises about don't expect it to be all the time. It's going to be once in a blue moon. It's going to be that when we do it, it's going to have impact. It's going to be worth it. And it's something that's going to really stand out. Most of the time, the shows are going to be the shows. So in regards to Wyatt 6, if we're talking nasty, which I'm going to take as being violent, brutal, I would be looking at a street fight. And I would really up the ante. I mean, there would be barbed wire that would be involved. There would be blood that would be involved. I'm not interested so much in some of the silliness that I see. There's a lot of silly things that go down in death matches, right? There's a lot of stupid stuff like pizza cutters and stuff like that, you know? Staple guns and all this. I'm a big believer, just do something and do it right. So if you've got a bed of barbed wire that gets introduced, you set it up and you tease that someone's going to go onto it, and they don't, and people are waiting, and eventually towards the end they do, and they're screaming in pain, and they're obviously cut as a result, and you know, you get the finish out of that. It's not, here's barbed wire, here's glass, here's thumbtacks, here's a staple gun, here's a pizza cutter, here's a light strip, here's fire, here's, do you know what I mean? Like, it's just, it gets silly. It's just this and then 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 this. Just have something and do it well. Just have one thing and do it well. So I think that, you know, I would look at something like that. But where that line is very interesting. And where it's going to be when we go to Netflix, that's going to be interesting as well. TJF said Daze Dexter has posted a poll on Instagram. I've posted it you on X. Okay, let's have a little look. Let's have a little look what we're dealing with. I'm disappointed Uncle Howdy's render. His facial structure looks off. Really? Does it? I think it looks fine. I like it. I think it looks fine. Where's this poll? Last match. Sid Vicious in Canada. Who was that for? Great North Wrestling. Defo. Oh, here we go. What's this? Yeah, I'll add that. I've got a Sid folder. Obviously, after Raw tonight, we'll be doing a Wyatt 6 video. Oh, I didn't want that. I wanted that to go in my Sid folder, which is there. So, Triple H saying a few words about Sid. Yeah, that's nice. You say you sent me a poll, because I'm not getting to it yet. When are we getting Uncle Howdy cosplay? I don't know, when he settles on his look, that's when. Yeah, we've seen that one. Oh, here. Uncle Howdy's debut match. So this was from USA Network that was retweeted by Dexter, or reshared by Dexter. Uncle Howdy's debut match. Uncle Howdy has got this. Chad Gable's going to win. So I think that's probably just Dexter just letting people know that the match is tonight. Just using his social media platform to... I'll put it in still. Just using his social media... Oh, hello. Word of Wrestling, thank you. I'll retweet that. Just let people know, basically. Yes, Raymond is actually at Raw tonight. He said he'll send us some footage. He's been very excited about this. So there are those are the seats. That's the view that Raymond has got. I've told him send us some, which is really good because footage that's actually on Raw, we're not going to be able to use. We can use images, but we can't use footage from Raw because it will get copyrighted. But footage that Raymond takes... That's fan footage, and we should be able to use that. So, and Raymond's already said we can. So, we should be able to get some different angles and stuff from Raymond. My plan is a Wyatt 6 video straight after Raw, because, of course, it's going to be the talk of the town, isn't it? People enjoyed AEW. Oh, hello, what's this? I'm at the point where I want to call my... Oh, God, this comment by Rikishi. Stupid. Stupids. And I'm guessing that's just the... Yeah, that's just that. Right, lovely. Let's jump back. Right, Thomas said, it was the first week of high school football in America that killed SmackDown. They're lucky that numbers stayed that high. High school football. Okay. Well, I feel like it would still have been down because of not having Roman, so I'm still going to stand by everything I said. High school football, college football, NFL. I mean, you're always going to compete with these things. Had it have had Roman on, would it have been that low? I don't think so. So, interesting. I appreciate the info, but I'm still standing by everything I said. I agree that SmackDown has not been as strong as Raw. I can understand they don't need it to be as strong as Raw in the sense of Raw is the bigger concern because of it going to Netflix. But I still can't answer as to why you can't make both shows goated. Because Raw's, bro, I'm so excited for Raw tonight, and I'm sure you are as well. SmackDown just doesn't feel that same level, does it? And I don't think that's a hater's perspective. That is the community perspective, because that has shown itself in our scores as well. So even the community is not feeling that SmackDown is of the same level as Raw. Random Tube said, sources say that Daze is having his ring debut tonight, the second Tuesday of next week. Follow us for more info at Grey Days Old, said Random Tube. Random Tube, shout out to you. So when am I having my debut match? In-ring debut during the second Tuesday of next week. What, on NXT? Dude, I'm way better than NXT. I'd go straight main roster, you know that. Come on, we know that. Straight to main roster. I can't afford to go to NXT, I'm too old. By the time I'm ready to get called up, I'll be dead. So, do you know what I mean? I've got to go straight to the main roster. It's now or never for me. And trust me, it's never. Carl and Dawn said they should just use a nuke. Yeah, let's go. That'd be brutal, wouldn't it? Take out the whole neighborhood. Let's go. King Yeti says, Mitchell, I acknowledge you. Wow, King Yeti is acknowledging Mitchell. Love to see it, don't you? Love to see it. Lots of love and respect in our community as Mitchell has been acknowledged. Right, they don't show high school football till late, says Random Tube, after 11, so I don't think that would have affected SmackDown. Well, I can't comment because I'm not in America, so I honestly can't say. But, again, I'm just going to say what I said before, and that is that I think what we've spoken about is still valid. I still stand by it all. Jericho is with the pizza cutter during the Domino's ad. That was hilarious, said Mitchell. Do we think Bronson Reed Strowman could be like Henry Big Show with the Hall of Pain run? Bronson hurts Strowman. Well, there's a lot of people wondering if the ring will go. I mean, I don't think so because it's not the main event. But it is one of those matches that you would look at and go, yeah, it probably could go, couldn't it? Probably could have the ring collapse in. I mean, yes, I think that's a fair comparison. We're talking about two of the biggest guys back then and two of the biggest guys we've got now. And I do think that there's a chance that this could be a way of getting Bronson over. I don't know if we have Braun kind of beating up the bully because Bronson's been, you know, taking people out and disrupting the show. So is Braun going to stand up? The problem is Bronson has been so exciting and he's really brought excitement to the show. I don't know there's too many people that have been like down on what Bronson's been doing. I've been loving it. I've been cheering it. Do another one. Do you know what I mean? In my mind, it's the officials that deserve the blame. They should have got the victims out the way a lot quicker rather than just, you know, running around looking like idiots. So for me, it's the officials that deserve the blame. But so I don't know if this is Braun that's going to beat the bully or if this is going to be a vehicle for Bronson to be catapulted because he is a bad man. He is someone that has looked really good in recent weeks. And if he gets a win over Braun Strowman, like I would imagine him, I can see him picking up Braun. And I can see him smashing Braun with tsunamis, right? So if he gets the better of Braun Strowman, that's going to be quite the optic. That's going to be quite the message. That would be good for him. So I'm thinking it goes that way. I'm thinking it's going to be that Bronson gets the better of Braun, but this could equally be a feud as well. This could equally be a feud, and it could easily be a way that we, you know, build towards a rematch or a bigger match a little further down the road. Any idea what might happen tonight with Uncle Howdy in the main event? Well, that's kind of what we've been talking about, buds. We've been getting our teeth into what could be going down, and I am looking for something new. I'm looking for something that's going to really, like, you know, create a talking point. A new move, something different with the entrance. You know, will he come out to shatter? He had that music before, which we've not heard. That ba-da-da. Do you remember that? That was the Howdy music whenever he used to come out and Bray was in the ring. The old how have we just been that? I don't mind if we have. I don't mind if we have. It didn't massively do it for me, but I didn't hate it. I did hate the Titantron. I thought the Titantron sucked. The Titantron had like Howdy kind of like smiling, and it just looked really cringe to me. I just thought it was completely the wrong vibe. I really hated it. But I didn't hate the music. So I don't know, what's the music going to be? Is it just going to be shatter? Is it going to be just the piano bit? What's his ring gear going to be? Is he going to do anything different there? What's the moveset going to be? Is he going to finish with the Sister Abigail? I think that's what people are expecting, but what if he doesn't? What's his look going to be? Is he going to have the straight hair? Is he going to have the dreads? Is it a different look? Is it a different mask? Like, there's so much that, so knowing what to expect is impossible. We're expecting the unexpected. Someone just got in touch about the Sid Vicious account, but that is not the real account. So I just wanted to reply that that is not the real account. Okay, Daze, SmackDown has to compete with TNA, who has got some pay-per-view on Friday, like Emergence, said Deshawn. Well, I mean, if TNA have got a pay-per-view on Friday, then I don't think that's going to be a massive problem. No disrespect to TNA, but their viewing figures last time I saw got about 100,000, something like that. I don't know how many would tune into. I don't know that all of them would tune into a pay-per-view, or if it would get even more. But you might be talking about 200,000, 300,000. But you're still dealing with a very small number, all things considered. So I don't think it's a massive concern. But I mean, that's something WWE hopefully have considered, because they're building up TNA. You know, they're really helping promote TNA. So if their show collides with SmackDown, they're kind of building a bit of a rod for their own back, aren't they? But so far, I think everyone is quite happy with how the WWE TNA partnership has been playing out. So I don't think it'll be a problem. Brony said, is Britt Baker a bad wrestler, or was the match with Mercedes a bad day? I genuinely don't know, because I never watched her, but from the looks of Twitter, she seemed pretty bad. Can't answer it. Suzanne said, Daze Chad is setting Howdy up. Remember, he said in Paris he was looking for a new member. It's an interesting thought. The Eagles guy said LA Knight is the only interesting thing that's going for SmackDown at the moment. Wyatt Six Fan said, what if it is Live in Fear, Live in Fear, Bray's original song? That would be cool, said Wyatt Six Fan. Outer Limits said, I am loving the wrestling world right now. There is so much that's going on that is exciting. USA just showed an advert for SmackDown on September 13th. Did they? Oh, that's interesting. Is that the first one, is it? Is that the first one? We've got a Miro update that I've just been tagged in. There is no word. So the update is there is no update. Miro is in the United States. He has been in Bulgaria for some time. He last wrestled... Did he? Mike, are you sure? Have we seen this? Miro last wrestled for AEW in December 2013. Really? It didn't even start until 6 years after that. That's mental. That's about what, on his own? Well, who did he wrestle? Was he just going to empty buildings, like dreaming of what was to come? All the way back to December 2013. That's wild. That is wild. Do you know what's a shame there is that Mike Johnson, I think, is really good. Mike Johnson is like someone that's pretty good at breaking news. So it's just, I think he meant 2023, didn't he? Come on, he was only 10 years out. He's only 10 years out. But the update is there's not much update. Oh, that's interesting. WrestleVote said, hearing some buzz about a big spot tonight with Braun and Bronson. They can't do the ring collapse because it's not the main event and you're not going to be able to build the ring quickly, are you? So what big spot are they going to do if they can't do that? It must. I wonder if it's something in the entranceway. They could mess up the entranceway. They could mess up something there, couldn't they? We've seen people get like planted through platforms or... Yeah, well, we've seen loads of stuff. I mean, do you remember when Kevin Owens was trapped in a porta cabin, pushed off the stage? You know, we've seen that. We've seen cars flip. We've seen, you know, you could do something in the crowd. Obviously, the commentary table. I can't see it being the ring. Can't see it being the ring. Oh, here we go. WrestleVotes. Before it gets out of hand, they are not breaking the ring. Good. Good. So a big spot, but before this gets out of control, they're not breaking the ring. Yeah, I couldn't see that. Right. We've not seen a ring collapse since Big Show and Braun in 2017, says Big Time. What if they go through the ring rather than break it? They could create a hole in the canvas for Chad to be pulled through later. Well, if they do create a hole, I'd imagine it would be fixed before the main event. I don't think they'd just wrestle with a big hole in the ring. So, I don't know. They're apparently not talking about breaking the ring. Alkaline said Braun could flip something over. It's been a while since we saw him do that. That was great, wasn't it? When he used to do that before. That was good. Undercover Manager said, what if they go through the ring? And Kelly said, I'm getting butterflies in my stomach. I can't wait for tonight. Are they the main event? They are the main event, yeah. They are the main event tonight. And you are right to be getting excited because it is getting closer. We've got just over half an hour to go. Just over half an hour to go. And obviously our main event, I mean, it is going to be a little bit of a walk to get to the main event. But the great thing is we know that we've got something really good at the end of the evening. We know that it's going to be worth the wait. Kian said, Daze, hope you're doing well and I hope you have a great stream. Thanks for mentioning me in Unseen. No worries. What's your prediction for Raw tonight? And I hope we get a good one. I'm R.I.P. Sid. I'm super excited, but super excited. I genuinely am looking forward to this show. I think that we've got one that is tasty. I think we've got one that is genuinely going to be remembered, and we're going to go back to it. I think that it's one that hopefully is going to live up to expectation. I think the great thing is that expectation is not that crazy because we've already had the Wyatt 6. So yeah, expectation is not out of control, I wouldn't say. I think it's just a case that we are uncertain what little bits extra we should get. But by and large, I think most people are expecting a Sister Abigail, Uncle Howdy to look like he does. A lot of the moves to be things that we've sort of seen from Howdy and Bray before. We may get Howdy going upside down in the corner. We saw Gacy doing that. Maybe Howdy does that. You know, those kind of little touches, I think, are what we're expecting. I'm hoping we get something new, as I said earlier. Something that we're not expecting. I think that could be fun. But, yeah, I'm going to have to wait and see. We've got just over half an hour to go. Inside Out and Again, hello, said, what do we think of Damian Priest teaming with Awesome Truth against the Judgment Day? I think that could be good. I think that could be good. I would be down for that. I think that obviously R-Truth thought he was in the Judgment Day, and I think that putting them together would make a lot of sense because I think it would allow R-Truth to kind of move on from his Judgment Day time and have like Damian sort of apologize for how he was treated. Miz is a big name that always deserves to be in the mix as well. So I think that would be good. I think that would be fun. I'd be down for that. So I like that idea. So yeah, I have no issue with that. Big Time said, if WWE do want to neglect SmackDown moving into channels, it's shaky ground. If you're WWE, do you really want to neglect SmackDown moving channels is shaky ground? We know FS1 numbers and Raw on Sci-Fi. Making a must-see show is important. Yes, it is important. I think they do try to make it still, like, good. I don't think they're actively trying to make it bad. I think the problem that you've got is that for some reason their creative stories and writing on SmackDown is not of the same level as Raw. I suppose you could make the argument though that when they had the bloodline, like with Roman and Jay and all of that, I don't know that you quite had the stories on Raw. I don't think you could find anything as good as Bloodline. And now we don't have Bloodline so much, right? I mean, Jay and Sammy are over on Raw. Jimmy is away. Roman only just came back and got beaten up. Now we're dealing with a Wish version of Bloodline, right? So we do have Bloodline, but we haven't really got going with that yet, you know? We know the best is still to come, right? We know that Roman's going to return. He's going to get the old band back together, blah, 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 blah. So I suppose the argument is if you get something that's super hot, like, say, Liv, Dom, Rhea, right? If you get something really hot like that, how do you look at it? Do you look at it like, oh, we've got something really special here? Because it is special. If you can get something like that, it is special. Do you look at it as like, oh, we've got something special here, that's good? Or do you look at it as, we should be able to get something special on both shows? Obviously, ideally, you would have something special on both shows. But then is it special? You know? I would say that Liv, Rhea, Dom, the way all that's been put together is special, because that's not a storyline that we see that often that gets executed that well. I would say that they've got a storyline that's special, that's really good. And I'd say with the Bloodline, that was special. So I think the truth is, there's times where SmackDown has been the better show, and there's times where Raw has been the better show, and we're just going through a time where Raw is the better show, and the creative on SmackDown can't reach that level. But I've no doubt that they're not trying. As I said, if I was Triple H, I'd be asking the question, why can we not do better? Why can it not be improved? How do we... But I'm sure he is. I've no doubt. I'm sure that he is. I do not think there is... I think neglect is the wrong words, because that sort of implies that they are purposefully trying to sabotage their own show, and I just don't for 1 second believe that's happening. I think it's more that we've got some really good stuff, special stuff going on Raw, and Raw's cooking at the moment, and SmackDown just can't reach that level. But if we look a little further into the future, when Roman comes back with Jay, hopefully Sammy and Jimmy and Heyman, that's going to cook. That's going to cook. You can see what the future holds for SmackDown. You can see that it's looking good, and then it's going to have some big stuff. And then if we look even further in the future and we look towards Cena, right, and Cena's retirement run, well, I'm sure he'll go to Raw, but I would not be shocked if he was working some SmackDown stuff as well. Because if this is his farewell, I mean, do you really want to stick to a brand split for John Cena? Does he not just get freedom? Why book yourself into a corner? I would totally be using him wherever I wanted. John Cena, free agent, do what you want. If I want to put him in a match against someone that's on SmackDown, I'll do it. If I want to put him in a match with someone on Raw, I'll do it. So if we look a little further into the future, I think the Cena thing could potentially help both brands. It depends how they play it. So it's one of those where right now I don't think there's neglect. I don't think they're purposefully trying to sabotage SmackDown. I just think that we're going through a period where Raw is the better show. Amin said, maybe we're going to see Drew and Punk tonight before their match this Saturday. They haven't mentioned them, but we should do. We should do. They have not been mentioned, though. I mean, the official preview is Gable is seeking to destroy Uncle Howdy. And as I said at the start, good luck with that. Intercontinental title #1 contenders tournament begins. Miz, Xavier, Pete Dunne. That's one match, triple threat. The match is Kofi, Karrion, and Jay. That's the other match, triple threat. Don't miss the fallout from Judgment Day's attack on the Terror Twins. Big Bronson retakes on Braun Strowman. Randy Orton will be live. No mention of CM Punk, but yeah, I agree. Bit surprising. I would not be too shocked if they were there. Daze, if he didn't pass away, would we get the same Wyatt 6? Don't know, but there's a little clip that's doing the rounds on Instagram, which I'm not a big fan of, right? Because either the person that's created it is new to wrestling, or they are purposefully playing a bit stupid, right? On purpose. And the clip is basically just going, guys, I just worked it out. Like, they've been teasing the Wyatt 6 all along, and then they show footage of Nikki Cross staring off into the distance, right? And the reason why I'm not a fan of it is because if you've been watching WWE, you'll know she did that for a long time, and you'll know that we were waiting to see what that was building towards. It wasn't this great mystery. It wasn't this great thing that people didn't notice, right? It's not like she was doing it in the background and no one knew she was doing it. Like, week after week after week, we constantly speculated as to where it could be leading. And obviously now she's in the Wyatt 6, right? So this little clip where they're like, guys, I've just... For me, that person has either not been watching the products, or they're just playing dumb because they want to make it seem like they've, I don't know, discovered something that we all knew anyway, right? So, not a fan of that. But, yeah, the feeling is that she was building towards something. So she's been connected with Bray. Do you think she's going to be with Bray? Do you think she's going to be in like the Wyatt 6 group? Like, these are conversations that have been had in regards to Nikki, because she's been doing that for a long time. I mean, do you remember when she threw the 24/7 title in the trash can and immediately she stared off in the distance? I think that was the end of 2022. I think that was around the time that Bray came back. So I don't know that this was building towards a group. I don't know. There's no way of knowing that. But there were lots of theories that it was building towards Nikki joining up with Bray, because she was staring off distant, and it felt like it was building to a new gimmick for her or something new for her. We don't. One of the thoughts at the time, because it kept going and going and going and going, month after month after month after month after month. I mean, she did this a long time. This isn't just a couple of segments. This was months. And because of that, people thought they just didn't have anything for her, and that they were just doing this until they figured out something creative for her to do, right? The truth might have been that Bray was putting together a group, and that we would have had a Wyatt 6 when Bray was around, but we just hadn't got to that point yet. And then, of course, he falls ill, and then he passes away, and then there's the mourning, and all of that time we're stuck with Nikki, you know, not knowing what to do. So do I think that Nikki was always going to be in this group? Don't know, because I think we were building Nikki for something, but we don't know what it was. In the end, she's gone into the Wyatt 6, and so yeah, you can go back and make the connection with her staring off in the distance. We knew that was building to something, and this is where we are, so it's an easy connection. But I honestly don't know if this is what it was actually building towards. We'd need to hear from Nikki, we'd need to hear from creative, because it may turn out that there wasn't going to be a group, and Nikki was going to join with Bray, and she was going to be a bit of an Alexa kind of replacement or something like that. And maybe when Alexa was going to come back, there was going to be a bit of a rivalry. Like, we could have absolutely gone down those roads. But we don't know. We don't know what those roads were going to look like. But as of right now, it's very easy to just go, yeah, it was building towards the Wyatt 6. Because it fits, doesn't it? She was acting weird, staring off in the distance, like distracted. And then all of a sudden she goes off TV. And then when she comes back, she's in the Wyatt 6. So her narrative all works and it all fits. Lovely. What it was actually building towards, though, don't know. We're going to have to wait and see, aren't we? One day when we get Nikki spilling the beans in an autobiography, or we find out from like Bruce Pritchard or whatever as to what it was actually building towards. But it's worked out. It's worked out. So again, we've spoke a lot about what is the actual creative. Like, are we doing and telling? Like, I personally don't think Bray has got like everything planned. I don't think that there is this big book of like a story. I think Bray had an idea as to what he wanted to do, a story he wanted to tell. I think he knew kind of where he was going with The Fiend. I think he knew kind of what he was hoping to do with, say, the puppets. I think he knew, like, maybe bringing them to life, maybe having a group. Like, these outlines, I think he has, and I think he's gone through. But the little details, the things that really flesh these characters out, I don't know that that's written anywhere. And so there is going to have to be, I'm sure, a lot of interpreting, a lot of him trying, like Bo trying his best to kind of bring all of this to life for his brother. Which is why, you know, I think he needs freedom. I think he should be allowed to explore and push boundaries and try stuff and, you know, keep it within what you would think Bray would want. You know, don't stray away from what you think Bray would want. But we know that Bray was inspired by, you know, Stephen King and horror films. So why not try stuff that's inspired by Stephen King and horror films? It keeps it all within the same sphere, but it allows you to branch out a bit. And you've got to explore the characters, and that is going to mean that you're going to have to do some stuff which you don't know if that's where the story was going to go. And I think the sad truth is, without Bray around, I don't think you're ever going to be able to tell the exact, every detail story that would have been told. But outline, rough outline, get into the destination, and big picture stuff, I think hopefully we should still be able to do that. So, yeah, it's one of those. I don't worry about that. That's not a concern for me. I think that I put myself in Bo's shoes. I always try to put myself in people's shoes, and I put myself in Bo's shoes, and I would be thinking, I'm going to tell the story that I believe this to be. I'm going to do the best of my abilities using these characters. I'm going to honor Bray. I'm going to keep his legacy alive. I'm going to entertain the fans. I'm going to give them the moments that they were hoping to get from Bray. And this whole thing is just a way of celebrating his life, his creativity. And that's just awesome, isn't it? That's just nothing but positive. That's just nothing but great vibes. I would not worry so much about, ooh, this isn't exactly what he said, you know? Because you are going to have to take some chances. Daze, Bloodline 2.0 and the Civil War concept we visualized really hasn't played the way WWE fans were hoping for. Solo being believable in the role. Solo, Tama Tonga, and Tongaloa have become memes, says Big Time. Yeah, but I think part of the problem is that they're trying to follow this group. I mean, what I would say is, if we can keep having matches where Tongaloa doesn't botch, like we had the other day, we'll soon be able to go in a different direction. That group, you know, it's a never-ending story where, at the moment, that group is viewed as being not as powerful as the OG Bloodline, but you have got endless opportunity to turn that around. So, you know, he's got a bit of a reputation for botching, but that will soon go if you can keep having matches where you don't botch. And, you know, if Guerrillas of Destiny start to have some bangers and start to put on some good matches, which I really hope they can, then, you know, we'll soon distance from that. If not, then okay, we've got a bit of a problem and we're going to have to look at something else. And maybe the alternative is that Tongaloa doesn't wrestle and we have Hikuleo and Tama Tonga as the tag team. And they can be the ones that actually do the work. And Tongaloa just sits on the outside. But again, you know, we're looking for wins. We're looking for moments. We're looking to build them up. Jacob's established. Solo is a bit of a concern. But, you know, you've just got to keep working away there. And, you know, as soon as you get Roman back, it's just not going to matter. The views will follow. The views will come with Roman. So the battle is going to be, can you build up this bloodline to make them believable? But how do you make Solo believable as a threat to Roman? I mean, that just seems like the impossible task, really. But maybe we don't have to. Perhaps we have to build up Jacob to be a problem for Roman. And perhaps we build Solo up to be a problem for Jey Uso, which feels a lot more realistic, doesn't it? I could believe Jay struggling to get past Solo. I can buy that. Jimmy struggling with Tama? Maybe not, but what about Hikuleo? I could buy that. So, you know, bring in Hikuleo and let's get some momentum. Let's hopefully get some wins and some better moments. And we'll see where we are when, you know, Roman's got his group together. So, it's one of those, isn't it? I mean, like, I don't disagree that this new bloodline is not where they should be. I agree. But, like, what do you do with that? I mean, what you do with that is you improve it. If you work in creative, you work out, okay, how do I turn that? That's the challenge, isn't it? That's the job. How do I fix that? How do I make that better? And I think there are ways that you can do it. I think Hikuleo coming in is going to be a help to that group because he brings size. And he brings like an imposing figure. And he's also someone that I'm not aware botches on the level of Tongaloa. Tongaloa obviously has been the addition that has caused the most harm. But hopefully if he can put a bit of a run together, then we might still be able to salvage it. Maybe bring Waylon Mercy out tonight. Oh, God, that would be awesome. Waylon Mercy is still around. I'm surprised we haven't used him, you know. What with his connections with Bray? Timothy said, I would still love to see Roman, Seth, and Moxley together down the new bloodline, to take down the new bloodline. I don't know that you'll ever get Moxley, bud, because I think Moxley is someone that really is quite happy with what he's doing over in AEW. So I could see him coming back to go into the Hall of Fame with the Shield, and you could make an argument he should go in on his own as well. He is a world champ in his own right. And he did main event lots of shows and have, like, you know, lots of big runs as a solo star. But clearly Seth Roman going on their own. I feel like Dean probably should. Definitely in the Shields. I just can't see him coming back, to be honest. I think he's paid well. He's treated well. I think he's just loving it over there. I'm not getting any vibes that he's not loving it. So I don't... I feel like he is, in many ways, Tony Khan's golden boy, you know. He doesn't seem to cause the problems. There doesn't seem to be the drama around him that there is around Kenny and the Bucks. So, like, he just doesn't rock the boat. He gets paid well. He's someone you can trust. When he needed a world champion after the CM Punk thing, he cancelled his holiday so that he could become the champ and carry the ball when the company needed it. It's just so hard to see him leave in AEW, to be honest. I think Chad will choke slam Uncle Howdy through not one, but both announce tables, rolls him back in the ring, hits the pedigree, and will then pin Uncle Howdy clean. 1, 2, 3 says 13 big swag. Jason said, I believe Nikki was in Bray's plans all along. Joe Dexter had disappeared about the same time as they lost Nikki. Rowan wasn't in the company. I think he was brought in. Trini, hello. Solo is the transition between Jacob and Roman. They can't have Jacob Roman so soon. That's the only reason that Solo is in the middle, to set up Jacob Roman eventually. Aspen, shout out to you. Says, I am sad and depressed. I'm sorry to hear that, but hopefully Raw will improve your mood, because it should be a really good show tonight. Certainly a lot of excitement with people in our community, with the fact that Uncle Howdy is going to be in the main event tonight. So hopefully that's something you can look forward to. The Shield is dead, said I am nobody. Seth at WrestleMania 40 confirmed that. Believe that. Undercover Manager said, Daze, I want to run this by you. In the future, I want to get a Horseman Evolution type faction. Cody leading with Braun in the number 2 spot, and a tag team of Miz and Theory, and have them as heels. I think that would be a good group. So you would have Braun, Cody, Miz, and Theory. You could do it. You could certainly try it. I mean, there's a lot of different characters in there. Miz is always like a silly, wacky heel, isn't he? Him being a more, I would guess he would be a more serious heel in that group. Theory as a heel hasn't massively worked for me. I'm more excited right now at seeing him as a face. But who knows if that works, of course, so we'd have to see. I always thought Theory was better as a silly heel as well, to be honest, when he was in the way down in NXT, so... Braun and Cody would feel like the two serious leaders, with Braun sure to betray Cody at some point. And then you would have kind of I suppose Theory and Miz would be the ones that take the bumps. They would be the Tamatonga Tongaloa, the bumped up J&J security, which a bit of a shame for Theory to be in that spot, to be honest. I'm hoping for more for Theory than him just like bumping around. I suppose Miz could take the bumps and maybe Theory could be spared. But don't know. That's a group you could get to, but I'm not sure when we would get to it, because it does feel like Theory's going to go face soon. I'm thinking Theory will be face more than Grayson. Grayson's got like the Grayson Waller effect, and he's a natural trash talker. Grayson to me is a natural heel. Theory, I think, is more face, to be honest. Paulie, shout out to you, said, sorry I'm a bit late. I was singing in my local bandstand, rocking out. Okay. Had a few drinks, have you? Happy days, and I hope you are okay. I'm doing good, buds. I hope you are well. Hope you are well. Hope you're excited as we are 10 minutes away. 10 minutes. And then we will be going over to this week's Raw. We know the main event, so it is a bit of a wait, but plenty for us to get our teeth into before then. Saul said, what did you think about Sting coming out of retirement? Well, he hasn't, has he really? I mean, he's not had a match, so that's fine. I mean, if he has a match, then he's out of retirement, but him coming down and just hitting a couple of Scorpion death drops and, you know, getting physical, that I don't think's a problem. I mean, we see Undertaker at WrestleMania chokeslamming The Rock. So we've seen Undertaker getting physical, but he's not out of retirement. So for me, it was fine. And honestly, I would love to see Sting in WWE doing something in WWE. It won't happen. Totally won't happen. But I've got a lot of love for Sting. He's an OG, isn't he? And he's one of the nicest guys in wrestling as well. So I would only say he's out of retirement if he has a match. And I think what he did the other day was just make a save, wasn't it? James said, I felt a bit down after the Sven news this morning. I watched Mrs. Doubtfire on Film 4, and that did cheer me up. I loved Robin Williams. Yeah, that's a good film. I think there are some good films that you can watch if you do need a little bit of a pick-me-up. And that one is certainly one of them. Cool Run-Ins as well. I love Cool Run-Ins. WWE treated Sting like trash, said Enlightenment Divide. They did, I agree, but that was under Vince's regime. So I would like for him to come back because I really don't feel like we have done anything with Sting. I mean, Sting's arrival was fantastic. The way he came in at Survivor Series in 2014 was perfect. I would not change it. I think it's perfect. So I wouldn't change that. His loss at WrestleMania frustrates me. The NWO DX thing frustrates me. That was nostalgia, right? That was not for the benefit of Sting. That was Vince saying, we've got an opportunity to do. You could have done it at any time. You could have done that as it didn't need to be involved in that match. You could have done DX and NWO, like, I don't know, it could have had its own separate segment, yeah? Didn't need to be a part of that match. And Sting losing was frustrating, but the reason he lost was because they wanted Triple H to be a heel, because the plan was they were going to do Triple H Rock the next year, which is why later on at WrestleMania 31 we get The Rock and Triple H confronting each other. And I think they confront each other on SmackDown, don't they, around that time, which Dave got a bit confused about, thought it was this year or something. So, yeah, it was going to build to that, and it didn't. That match never came about, so we ended up throwing away Sting's WrestleMania match to build for something which we ended up not getting anyway. So very frustrating. Then, of course, you know, he has the odd match on Raw, just little things. And then, of course, he comes back and we build towards that match with Seth, which was rubbish because Seth had to defend against two people, Cena and Sting. And I think, didn't Sting face, like, Seth after Seth had faced Cena? So really, Sting should be winning that, in my opinion. And then that's the match he gets injured. Like, I'm pretty sure that was about it for his run. So, yeah, I would say the two high-profile matches he has, we botch in different ways. But under Triple H, I'd have so much more confidence. So much more confidence. And it seems like Sting can still do something. Can do something. Even if it was cinematic, then I would take that. But it's an irrelevant conversation because it's not going to happen. But I'm super sad about it because Sting being in WWE was really the one thing I always wanted. I always wanted Sting in WWE. Sting Undertaker is the dream match I never got. That's the dream match I always wanted and never got. And, you know, Undertaker's come out and said it basically didn't happen because the old man didn't want it. Vince didn't want it, so that's why we never ended up getting it. But yeah, undoubtedly mistakes were made. But under Triple H, could we do something better? Could we do something else? I think we could. Thomas, shout out to you. Said Nikki has got to be having the time of her life. Green Day. The way they are writing her character is bringing so much mystery. She isn't the leader, but she is the star. I completely agree, Thomas. Completely agree. I think she is having the time of her life because it must have been very, very frustrating for her. You know, she was in Sanity. Sanity breaks up. She gets put with Alexa. They decide to do something else with Alexa. I think Alexa ends up joining up with Bray. And that didn't involve Nikki. So Nikki then finds herself off on her own. Then we get Nikki ASH, which I believe was her idea. And I didn't hate because I understood what she was trying to do. We've had the Hurricane and Mighty Molly and all these like superheroes before. So I got what she was trying to do. But it didn't land with people. People didn't take to it. Didn't work in 2023 or 2022, whenever it was. It didn't work. And so it was quite clear that it just wasn't gaining traction. It wasn't working. And so we ended up scrapping that. And then we move on to her staring off into the distance. And honestly, it's obviously led to the Wyatt 6, so it's worked. It felt like it was leading to something, but I also would not be shocked to find out that they were floating ideas as to what this was meant to lead to. I would not be surprised. I promise you, I would not be shocked if there's an interview with Nikki where she says, yeah, we did that because we knew the superhero thing wasn't working. So we decided to go a bit darker, but we couldn't quite figure out where it was going. We thought we would get it eventually, and obviously we did with the Wyatt 6, but it took a long time for us to get to that. And obviously it took a tragedy as well with Bray passing. But the original plan was let's scrap ASH and let's have you do this and we'll see where it goes. And for it to turn out that there was no long-term plan, because she did that for so long. She didn't do it for a month or 2 months. She did it like 8 months, if not longer. Like, honestly, I remember her doing it for so long. I can only think that it was like they were going to put her with Bray and then Bray fell ill. And that's why it went as long as what it did. Because they had plans that had to change because Bray's health changed and then Bray passes away. And, you know, what do we do with that? And then all of a sudden what you do with Nikki is not top of your priority list, is it? So she must be she's I think she's been through a lot in her career in the sense of false starts. I think she's someone that keeps, you know, working away, keeps chipping away, keeps, like, you know, coming up with ideas herself. And I think she's someone that deserves a lot of respect. And I completely agree. She must be having just the best time right now. And I'm so pleased that it's working for her. I think she so deserves it. So deserves it. She is someone that gives everything. She really comes across that way as someone that really gives everything. Whatever you've got for her, she'll give everything. How do I make this work? She's got that mentality, that right. You never hear about her causing trouble or anything along those lines. She just comes across as such a lovely person. So completely agree. I'm so pleased for her that it's all worked out. And you're right, she must just be having the best time. Right. Daze, I hope you're doing well. I can't stay around or watch Raw as I'm going to be back in college tomorrow. Well, I hope college goes well, my friends. I know there is, like, education and stuff that's starting up for people, so I know that it's a bit tricky. But shout out to you, buds. Just thought I'd have a look at the Community Hall of Fame because we said we were going to make an announcement. As we've had nearly 1,000 votes. And it is so close. So close. I said we would announce it. We'll obviously want to make sure we're getting the right person in. So we'll come back to that. Halfway point. We will look and see who has won the Community Hall of Fame for this month. Halfway point. So you can go over to the community tab and vote who should go in for August. Who is your entry for August? This is the closest one we've ever had. So, halfway point, we'll revisit that. Right. Here we go. Daze, imagine CM Punk walks to the ring tonight to bring the MYC and keep talking about his bracelet. I don't need the bracelet spoken about anymore. We've got a graphic for Psycho Sid's. So there we go. Okay, we've got Michael Cole. So there was a graphic for Psycho Sid. Look at that. We've got Braun and he's got a dog with him. Let's go. There is... Oh, they look good, actually, American Maids. American Made looking pretty fly. Yeah, Ivy looks great in that suit. There's Braun Strowman as well. We're just seeing backstage. Braun Strowman. Braun. There is Big Bronson Reed as well. Love Sid's brief appearance in ECW. The pop he got that night was insane, said Philip. Yeah, man. A great. Looks like we're starting with Judgment Day. So, looks like Judgment Day are making their way down to the ring. So, we're opening the show with Judgment Day, new and improved Judgment Day. They're obviously going to be talking about... taking out the Terror Twins. Sonny, hello. Shout out to you. My first book is available on Kindle and paperback. The Thoughts Within. Sonny, I hope you're well. Hope life's treating you well. Dominik has got his arm over Liv. Wasn't Finn and Liv in a faction, like, only once at, like, a show against Judgment Day? I think it was, like, Finn, AJ, and Liv taking on Judgment Day. She jumps up and she... Oh, the little Eskimo kisses! Ah. I think the Eskimo kisses are quite good because... they're kind of intimate, but they're not... they don't really cross the line. I'm quite surprised at this. So does that mean that Joe guy is going to be on SmackDown? We've got Corey and Michael on commentary. I still say we need Braun, and Bronson. Battle of the Braun, said Leapin' Lucha Larry. David said, I'm back. The boss is back. I spent the summer at my parents' who had no sports channels. Oof. Amin said, Bash in Berlin is going to be fun this week at Finn. I said Finn because he was just on my screen. Fun this weekend. It is. Liv is a something but. What does that mean? Sign says Liv is a poopy butt. Is that what it says? Oh, it's a kid. Okay. I was like, Liv is a what? Liv is my butt. No, I think it's poopy butt. And then I looked and saw it was a kid. I don't know why I thought it was an adult. She is a poopy butt, you're right. You are correct, young man. So we're seeing the beatdown last week. Poopy butt, poopy butt. Daze, I'm going to watch a film and I'm going to fall asleep, but you can talk about me all you want and I will be listening, says Edwards. Oh, I'm sure we're going to do that, yeah. I might talk about Raw, to be honest. But, Edward, enjoy your film. I would imagine it's probably a sex education thing, but listen, we've all got to learn about the birds and bees at some point, haven't we? My sign would say mid. I'm pretty sure that'd get confiscated, to be honest, James. I'm not sure you would make it in with with that one. Daze, do you think we get Uncle Howdy against old Uncle Howdy? Or Uncle Howdy against The Fiend? Who would be The Fiend? Who would be The Fiend? We could do that. Maybe if it was Braun. Okay, Finn said, you got exactly what you deserved. Liv is laughing. What happened last week is just a preview of Bash in Berlin. If you weren't so self-centered, none of this would have happened, said Liv. This has been the best thing Liv's done. By a mile. I hope you all realise that Daddy Dom and I will always be on top. Days update on the day I was streaming with a hangover. I missed SmackDown and I was raging. Well, that's what hangovers do. Loud boos for Dominik. Loud boos for Dominik. Yeah, he can't even talk. As per usual, Dominik getting booed out the building. So, pretty standard affair at the moment. You deserved it. You're so self-centered. That's just a taste of what's to come. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, here's Carlito. Carlito spitting. Now, Dominik shouting. Lots of shouting going on. Liv does things for me that Rhea has never done. I bet it's the thumb thing. You know, the thumb thing. I bet it's that. You'll watch a film about it, Edwards. You'll watch a film, buds. Is it Dom, you suck? Liv's making James cringe, said Elizabeth. With Liv's full support. Oh, he's going to enter the #1 contenders tournament. Dom is awesome, said Leon. Daze, it's crazy how much AEW are maximizing Sting at his age, giving people the rub. I tell you what, that was a real challenge, wasn't it? I mean, he's just had to shout and shout and shout and shout, and now Rey Mysterio is making his way out with the LWO. That was, I feel like that was just them battling to try and get a message out. Is that Dragon Lee? Dragon Lee? I haven't seen Dragon Lee in like a hot minute. Jeremy said, I think they kicked out Damien and Rhea because of their height. They were too tired of looking up, weren't they? You're right. You're right. Rey Mysterio is coming down with the LWO. Well, this is interesting. This is interesting. Oh, look at Liv. She's like, no, sir. No, sir. I want to see some attitude out of Ray. Let's get some attitude. He used to have loads of it. He used to have loads of spunk. He's lost all his spunk. You're a lost soul. You need help. At least when you was with Rhea, one of you had a set. And it weren't you. Should he be saying that about his son? Who's going to put me in my place? You. I already beat you. And then you disappeared for weeks. Oh, this is good, isn't it? This is good. You've always been a jackass. Oh, now the truth comes out. But God, he is a deadbeat dad. Imagine saying that about your kids. You've always been a jackass. Excuse me. Go and handle your deadbeat dad, Dominik. I'd love to slap that stupid mustache off your face. I'd like to see your old ass try. Let's go, man. Let's go. Now we've got a big brawl between Judgment Day and LWO. Okay. Dragon Lee goes over the top, comes crashing down. That was sick. See the height he got then? See the height he got? I think he could have cleaned the roof. If he'd had a little duster, he could have cleaned the roof of that arena. Wow. I wonder if Rhea and Damien might not be there, might they? I mean, there is a tour going on over in... Well, I think they were in Belgium today. So I wonder if we've had to bring out like the LWO as a little bit of like a stopgap type thing. Liam Kostkos said, Daze, my friends, how are you? I'm good, thank you. Says, I'm not doing too good myself. I lost my job. Struggling at the minute with mental health. Liam, I'm sorry to hear that. You're not alone on that. There's a few people that have actually hit me up to say that they've lost their jobs recently. I don't know if there's something going on in regards to, like, you know, the cost of living and everything. Like, we know that's having a very real effect. So I know it doesn't help, but you're not alone. I have had other people contact me saying similar things. So get out there, buds. Look around. There should be plenty of opportunities out there. So, but yeah, that's a blow, man. That's a blow. Get out there, have a look around, see what's out there. Let us know. What area are you in? There might be some people watching. We've got over 1,000 people with us right now. So feel free to let us know where you are. And we'll see if any opportunities open up. But yeah, you know, the thing with life is that you're always going to have things like that that's out of your control. That's out of your control. So you've got to work out, like, how do you respond to that? And I know it's easier said than done, but that is what life seems to be. It seems to be not avoiding setbacks or not having setbacks. It's how you respond to those setbacks. What was it, Razor Ramon? It was like, tough times don't last, but tough guys do, which is such a good line. And it's so true. You will always go through tough times, but it's how you answer those times, respond to those times, bounce back from those times. That seems to be the name of the game. So a setback, nothing but a mere setback, my friends. And do you know what? I wouldn't even call it that. I'm going to call it an inconvenience. An inconvenience. An inconvenience. You've been inconvenienced. So you'll bounce back from that. But get out there, have a look, see what's around. It's about trying to conjure up that forward momentum, isn't it? Drive yourself forward. Grab the day with both hands. I feel like I've made it. I feel like I've made it worse, not better. So, Six said I could see Gunther holding the World Heavyweight Championship belt past his IC title reign. Really, you think it's going to be that long? I'm struggling with that because of the fact that he surely is. I mean, that reign, I'm trying to think how long it was. I mean, he's going to have to hold it for a good couple of years, isn't he? And I don't know when Cody loses his title. I just see so many people that need world title runs. You look at Jay, and you look at, there's big rumors about Bron Breakker and about how they're going to move quick with him next year, hence why he's got the mid-card belt now. And you look at Finn Balor, and you look at CM Punk, and you look at like Drew wanting to get back up there, and Seth. You just go down this long list of people that I think need to be around that title. And I just don't know. I just don't know that he's going to be able to keep that belt that long, to be honest. Some people are wondering if we might even get him losing this weekend as a shock. Because I think a lot of people think he's going to have another long title run. But what if this one's like shockingly short? What if Randy gets it this weekend? They've already said that if Randy wins, he comes over to Raw. That's not a barrier. And if Gunther loses, he'll go to SmackDown. So we can easily fix the fact that they're on different brands. Brony said, Daze, no matter how good of a storyline Liv is in, the one thing that really sticks out is when she is given time is how awful her promos are. And I hate the fake laugh that she does. It's worse than Bayley's, says Brony. Edward, shout out to you, said I need to go to bed earlier, not stay up till 6. I need to go to college. That's true. That's true. You put that first. Liam said, thank you everyone for the kind words. Liam, chin up. An inconvenience. One that you will absolutely bounce back from, bud. Shot coming in there by Carlito, and we are underway with Judgment Day against LWO, so it looks like that first segment just set this up. So, Del Taro, Judgment Day. There we go. Okay. I have to admit that Liv's laugh is kind of cringe, said Dark Angel. Jumpin' Jeff Farmer said it just sounds like she's doing her job. Which is a good point. I mean, I don't know that you're meant to love what she's doing. Like, if it is a bit cringe, if it is a bit irritating, if it does wind you up, then is she doing her job as a heel? Is that not what she's meant to do? Liam said, it's just hard. I've got 2 kids and a dog to try and feed. I just feel like I'm letting the kids down. No, come on. Of course you're not. Kids don't care about stuff like that. Kids aren't bothered by, like, stuff like that. The most important thing to kids is the time that you give them and the time that you spend with them. I don't look back on my childhood and think about, things like that. I mean, you're always going to be able to get, like, a degree of help from the government to make sure there's a roof over your head. There's food banks and stuff like that so that you can get food if you need to, right? So food and shelter should be covered, right? Because there will always be, like, support from the government. I know that's not roads that you might want to go down. You might be quite a proud person. I can understand that. But listen, it's a safety net that's there when you find yourself in these situations. So what I would say is don't even think about stuff like that. That's just your brain playing tricks on you. When I think back to my youth, the times I treasure were the times where I was talking to my dad, or my dad was giving me advice, or do you know what I mean? That's it. Your kids don't think about stuff like that. Your kids think about that. Yeah, look there. Corey said your kids don't care. If you're there and you love them, that's all. Yeah. William says, call family and look out for the food banks. Reach out to the churches and the communities. I agree. Completely agree. I do love the fact that you can reply to these. I think there's some great responses there. So if you want to reply to Liam or any of the super chats that you see, then super chats allow you that ability, which I think is brilliant. I think it's a brilliant new addition. But yeah, no, you shouldn't. I'm really pleased that you said it though, Liam, because you know that's the kind of thing sometimes you maybe can't quite tell people in real life, like, you know, they're in person. But like on a forum, on a platform like this, hopefully it should be something that's a bit easier to actually type. So yeah, that allows me and others the ability to go, no, that's not what's happening. That's absolutely not how you should be feeling. But get out there, have a look, see what you can find, see what work there is. Put your energy into what you can control, not what you can't. Boom, lovely. DDT. Thing is that wild, is it? As we got a kick in by Dragon Lee. Dom goes to the outside. This thing's breaking down a bit here. LWO in the ring. Against the ropes. No. Ah, here comes the launcher. Here comes the launch. This is sick. This is sick. Whoa. The launcher. That's such a good spot. First saw them do that down in NXT. They have done it, I believe, on the main roster before. Look at it! Look at the replay! Oh, so good! So good! Such a unique spot. Not a spot I'm used to seeing, to be honest. It's not a spot that we get that much in WWE. I don't even know what it's called. I call it the launcher. The launcher. That is so awesome, said Mitchell. Daze, what do we think of Mariah May winning a title and Bryan Danielson? I didn't watch it, but I am not the person to ask about AEW. What I can say is I was not surprised about Bryan Danielson winning. I predicted it. I don't think I was alone in predicting it. It just felt very, you know, I'm off. This could be the last time you see me. Nigel McGuinness is like, I hope he loses. It's just that the table was set for him to win. So I wasn't surprised by that result. But I heard it was done well. And Mariah May, I was not surprised by that result either. I think that she is a good future star, good prospect. I thought that if anyone was going to beat Tony, it might as well be the woman that knows her best, that's been right by her side. I feel like we've kind of been building Mariah for that. So I say we, AEW, have been building Mariah for that. So I can't say either result surprised me. I think they make sense. Batman Big Fan said, Daze, you are the best, I mean it. I love you, my friend. Batman Big Fan, shout out to you. I just think we got a great community, a very supportive community, which, you know, we don't take for granted. We're very blessed that there's so many great people around. That has been built over a long period of time where we've obviously, you know, there's been some filtering. As we've kind of got rid of some bad eggs and whatnot, and now we've just got a really supportive, really great community. So it's not luck, you know, it's not chance. The mods do fantastic work, so it's kind of cultivated what we've got now, and I think what we've got now is really special, really good, positive, and just enjoying WWE, and but not to the point. I mean, I'm so pleased that we're not just blind, like everything's amazing, like, you know, we're willing to give our honest opinions. That's what it's about. I would hate to just sit here and tell you everything's great when it's not. I couldn't do it. So I think we're on the right track. When Daze says a supportive community, he does not include me in that. Oh God, no. Of course not. Of course not. I mean, you know, James is obviously the exception to pretty much everything I say. Days I was working at DHL and I was lifting a heavy parcel. I was getting paid well. I was a hard-working employee and I got let go. My advice is always save up as much as you can because nothing lasts forever. It's good advice. Sometimes it's hard to do that because some people are getting paid just enough to survive. So, you know, once the bills are paid and food is paid and, you know, the car breaks down, it needs repairing, the you know, issue at home or whatever it might be, a lot of people are honestly just going paycheck to paycheck. And to be honest, I was exactly the same. And it's only since I've kind of come back here that I've been able to put a little bit aside. But I'm putting a little bit aside because eventually I'm trying to get a house. I'm trying to get my own place, which is still a long way off. But, you know, it's one of those where I've been putting a bit aside and I'm desperately trying, but it's just so out of reach. It's not even a little bit out of reach, like trying to save. And certainly if you're on your own, I mean, if you've got a partner, there's two of you chipping in. If you're on your own, I can only imagine you've got to be some sort of nuclear scientist. I can only imagine that you've got to be like at NASA doing like brain surgeon or something. I don't know how people do it. I genuinely don't know how people do it. So, you know, I'm trying to save for that. So it's kind of like if the channel goes south and things just all fall apart, I mean, I'm in that situation as well. So it's, you know, it's one of those where it's scary, isn't it? And you just don't know what the future's going to hold. Right, here we go. We got Ray in there. We didn't know what the future was going to hold for Dominik. But right now it's a beating at the hands of his dads. Ray goes over into the corner. Dominik, big right hands. Oh, he grabbed the mullet and pulled him down by the mullet. Love that. Ray is perched. Boom, comes down. Seated senton. Oh, mate, he's just going mental. Lays into Carlito. Big boot to the midsection. Hot little match, this, in all fairness. Against the ropes goes, Dom goes over, tries to roll up Ray, kick to the side of the heads. 1, 2, kick out by Dominik. Kick out by Dominik. I could so watch Ray against Dominik again, you know. I could so watch that again. Their match at WrestleMania was good. It was good. The entrances were epic. Here we go. Ray is climbing up. Dominik goes up, forearm smash. Scottish Nightmare says, the crowd is all wrong here. They should be cheering Dom. Liam said, it's funny, I'm struggling with money, but I'm sending it to you. Yeah, don't do that. I just wanted to give back. You've helped me in so many ways. Dude, you don't have to do that. I think it's good for a tiny amount, only because people can respond. And I think it's worth you hearing other voices on this. So I think it's good that people can respond to the super chat comment, but yeah, don't send anymore. Carlito with his hands up, but get out there, have a look. I think it's going to be very easy to fall into a pit of depression, and you don't want to end up in that. Get out there. Get out there. Have a look, see what's out there, see what's on websites, have a look for what jobs are around, what opportunities are around. See that as your job now. Set yourself like a 9 till 5 where you're just going to hit that now. Give yourself that purpose. Having a purpose is important. Hello, what was this? All zigzagging over and they suicide dive into each other. That looked good from the top. It's not a spot I'm crazy about. I prefer the launcher. But they all kind of crossed over and suicide dived on different sides of the ring. Ray grabbing Dominik, hurling him back into the ring. Goes up, goes over. Oh, against the ropes goes Dominik. Here's Ray. He's going to look to hit a 619, and he does! Connects! Connects! Crowd are red hot here, you know. Crowd are red hot. Ray is climbing up. Oh, Liv moves Dominik out the way. Liv moves Dominik out the way. Lovely roll up there by Dom. 2, 3. Dominik gets it. Dominik gets it. Dominik rolls up Rey Mysterio. Wow. Wow. Right, let's go match score. Daze, the reply to Super Chats only works on certain prices, not all of them. Oh, is that true? I thought it was all of them. I thought it was a new thing they brought in for all of them. I saw people replying to Liam, so I'm happy about that. But good to know. Ray goes to the outsides. So we've got beat down here by Wyatt 6. Could we get the Terror Twins? I mean, it'd be a bit weird for them to come out now and not come out earlier. Mysterio gets smashed onto the commentary table. Beating up on Ray. Looks like Dominik's going to hit a... oh, he's all the way up there. Getting him Ray in position. Is this Rhea that's going to come out now? Are they there? They are there? I really thought they weren't there. The Terror Twins are there and they're running down to the ring. So Damien and Rhea coming down and chasing after Liv. Liv goes raw. Oh, she catches her. She's got her. She's managed to get Liv. Hurls her into the barricade. Oh, you see how she pulled her head back? Ah, into the ring posts. Man, Dominik is up top. There's nowhere for him to go. He gets into the ring. Oh, there's Mommy. Liv gets in, though. Jumps on the back of Rhea. Ah, big right hand. Big right hand by Damien. Now he's brawling away with JD. We've got a big brawl afterwards. And they're scarpering. Carlito comes in. She tries to grab a hot big clothesline. Down goes JD. Down goes JD. Oh, look at that. He's got a Rhea bloody Ripley shirt on. That looks good by Damien. I like Damien in a Rhea shirt. That looks good. I'm guessing is Rhea in a Damien one. Looks like we're going to have a Riptide chokeslam. South of Heaven. Yeah, she's got his on. He's got hers on. Message sent. That was good. That was exciting. Boom. I don't think they were there. Do we think The Rock will return at Survivor Series? I think there's a chance. Saw Hack Duggan. Or Bloodline Civil War, revealing himself to be a master puppeteer of Solo. I don't know that he'll be the master puppeteer. He could be, but don't know if I like The Rock being the puppeteer of the tribal chief. I think it could be revealed that he gave Solo his blessing and that he was maybe behind Solo making the moves that he made, but I don't know that there is a higher power when it comes to being tribal chief and all of that. But yeah, he could definitely get involved at Survivor Series. Jey Uso, Kofi Kingston, Karrion Kross, the tournament. So there we go. Do you remember that episode of Raw in 2015 when the was a snowstorm? Oh, yes. When there was a snowstorm, no one showed up. Yes. Back in the day. So that's happened a few times, actually. Okay, here we've got Jackie and The Miz. Okay, let's end this poll. This opportunity comes on the heels of what has been a rough couple of weeks for you. He's like, thanks. Bronson Reed took out R-Truth. And I got tsunami'd. Tonight I can right those wrongs. So he's talking about trying to get closer to the title that he made prestigious. The IC Championship. Oh, here's Big Bronson. Big Bronson Reed comes up to The Miz. You came after me because I took out R-Truth. R-Truth came after me because I took out Seth Rollins. Once I maim Braun, and I will maim him, I'm coming back for you. Once I maim Braun, I'm coming back for you. That's not great, is it? If I'm Miz, I'm calling up Maurice going, oh, bad news. Bad news. Here's Damage Control. Kairi Sane and EO. I don't know who they're facing. Good 98% opening match. They're taking on the Pure Fusion Collective. PFC. I'm interested in the IC qualifying matches, said Jay. They could have Xavier and Kofi win to continue the tease of the New Day splitting, but I don't want to see either face Bron Breakker for the belts. Pure Fusion Collective, let's go. Daze, is it just me or is this crowd lifeless? They're making noise but minimum effort. Oh, I don't know. They seem to be really into that match. Do you think they're lifeless? Are you sure you've not got your TV on mute? They're making noise, aren't they? Do you mean like they're not jumping up and down or something? I can't say I really looked for that, to be honest. Absol said, what inspired you to be a WWE streamer? I was always wanting to get into doing this. When I first started, I couldn't because I lived in Southampton. And basically, I used to watch the show and I had no one to talk to about it. So I would talk to my partner, but my partner was like, I'm not interested. And so then I had to think about it. And then famously, she said, you know, you keep going into a Wrestling Daze now. And I was like, oh. And then she said you should start a channel. And so the very reason of starting was because I wanted to talk about the shows, which I'm able to do live now, which I love. And we've got a great community and we're in a great place. But for the first couple of years of the channel, I couldn't do it because I wasn't able to stream because I was in a block of, not a big block of flats. It was only a few, like, you know, floors. But it did mean I had neighbours. So being up at 1 in the morning and screaming and shouting was not really on the cards. So it was only when I moved that I was able to start doing it. And that's why, you know, the early days of the channel are very dominated by kind of different content, if you will. And that's why the more recent times have been like a change to that. Because I'm able to do now really what the channel was always meant to be. So there wasn't any one that inspired that. There wasn't anyone that I used to watch that meant that, oh, that's who I want to be like. The only person that I would say that I watched, I mean, I used to watch Grim and Tommy. They definitely inspired, I would say, the figure side. The only person that I really watched that spoke about wrestling was a guy called Bruce Blitz, who I just found him entertaining because he was the JD of his day in the sense of he would just go off, he would rant. I didn't particularly agree with what he was saying, but his passion and his anger just meant that it was one of those where you'll watch the show. He hated John Cena. And so if Cena did something, you'd be like, oh man, he's going to go off. He is going to go off. He's going to be livid at this. And so you would check out his video just to basically see his rant. I mean, I didn't really watch him for his wrestling opinions. There was plenty he said I didn't agree with. But you watched him because you knew you was going to be watching an epic meltdown. And so I watched him, not loads. I just watched him a bit. I want to say around 2013. So, you know, I watched a bit of him. But I believe he left YouTube. I think he might have come back now. But he left YouTube because he had a little bit of a community and he decided he wanted to start his own website and have a paywall. And, you know, I don't know. It got a bit weird, to be honest. I would imagine that's probably a decision he regrets. Had he have stayed on YouTube, I think he could have still been around and maybe a bigger deal. Certainly, if you look at the success that like people like JT have had, he was an OG of that. So, right, commercial break. Jay said, I grew up watching Grim and Triple T. Just got to be careful not to stumble across one of Grim's OnlyFan images on Twitter. That was a weird move, wasn't it? Him doing that, going into that. That was strange. Here's Xavier. Let's see what's going on here. We've got Xavier. We've got Kofi. So he's wearing dark attire. The color has gone. This is why we're almost 10 years strong. This is really interesting from Xavier. His gear is black. They're massively teasing the split and the turn. But Daze, what do we think about Ricochet going to AEW? Please for him. We've got 2 chances to bring the IC title to the house of your boys. The New Day. Yeah. Lee Peluch Larry said Grim's on OnlyFans. I'm proud to say I've not seen any of the images. I don't know if they're jokey or what. I don't know. I don't want to know. I don't want to know. I enjoyed his figure content, yeah. Action figure content. Right, we got Pure Fusion Collective. Heel Creed, said Ewan. Oh, Dakota, she might not walk again, let alone wrestle. Lyra, Kaden, Katana, Dakota. Tonight you can add Io and Kyrie. Shoot your shot. With how much they're teasing Xavier's turn, I think Kofi will turn. You could be onto something there. You could be onto something. It is very heavy, isn't it? Normally when something's this heavy, they go the other direction. Yeah. Yeah, you absolutely could be right. Does Woods in Black mean anything? Yeah. Fancies a change. AKF said 2,000 subs away from 300,000. Have you got anything planned? No. I'm really rubbish at stuff like that, to be honest, because I don't really look at it. I mean, it's obviously a milestone. I would love for the channel to get to 1 million one day, just because it would be nice to have that plaque, really. Do you know what I mean? I think that would be nice one day, but I mean, considering it's taken over 6 years to get to this point, kind of means that, you know what I mean, that could be 20 odd years before that is achieved, if it's even ever achieved. So 300,000 is a milestone, is something that's worth acknowledging, but I haven't given it any thought. My thoughts obviously are just opinion videos, unscenes, Wyatt 6, streams, you know what I mean? So actually sitting down going, what do we do for 300,000? No, is the answer. Someone give us a shout when PFC, proper effing cringe, have departed, said Michael. That's good. Okay, Sonia. On the outside, putting in a cheap shot. Michael Cole's like, oh, you didn't see that at home. Io's bent over. She's like, ah. Proper selling that, so. We're already 45 minutes in, kids. Already 45 minutes in. Penfold Gaming, shout out to you. Appreciate the support, buds. Hope you're well. We're obviously working our way, building our way towards the main event tonight. The main event being Uncle Howdy. Looking forward to that. Lots of excitement around for that. Just getting tagged in a few bits and bobs. Yeah, people tag me in the Sid news. The Beach Kevin said, is SmackDown going to be on earlier in the UK this week? We will have a stream on Friday. It is going to be on earlier this week, yeah. It's another one of those annoying ones where I will be early, and it means I don't think I'll be able to be live when it goes on in America, because I don't have a way of streaming. Because, unfortunately, they're going to show it at early, and then we're like live from Germany, and so when it then airs in America, it won't air here. And I could try and watch it on catch up, but my adverts will be out of sync with your adverts, so I don't think that's possible. I would be open to doing it, no problem. I'm quite happy to watch it at 6 and then come back and watch it with you guys, because I know a lot of people won't join us when it's live in the UK. A lot of people will just want to watch it when it's on their TV, which I totally understand. But the problem I've got is that I don't know of a way of me doing that, because when you go to commercial, it might not be the same as when I go to commercial. And my commercial breaks might not last the same amount of time, and then that means we're going to be out of sync. And then we've basically got a stream where all it is people in the chat going, no, you're behind me now. Oh, no, Daze, you're in front of me now. Daze, you've gone behind me now. Oh, my God. Do you know what I mean? I don't need that. I don't need that. I've tried to do those streams before, and I promise you, there's a stream. Oh, God, what was it? I think it was just before. I don't know if, I think it was just before Money in the Bank, actually. The SmackDown before Money in the Bank, and I think there's maybe the SmackDown before Backlash as well, the other year, are the worst streams I ever tried to do. Because I tried to do it for that reason, where it was all like out of sync. So I don't know. I could try and do one on Friday that's like a catch-up one on the night time. That's when it's live in America, and I just literally, but we would have to be crystal clear that it's going to be out of sync at times, and I just don't know if that's going to be good. Well, it won't be good. It'll be flipping annoying for you and for me. So yeah, a frustrating one on Friday. It is live from Germany for us, but over in America, usual time, I believe. That's what she said. Said, this group needs a new name. Why did no one tell them that Pure Fusion Collective is just a string of random disconnected words? Don't know. Why did no one tell Reagan that she shouldn't have been at the Olympics? Michael said, this is one of those groups where no matter what they rebrand as, I'm never going to be able to get behind them. It's like an advert for gender neutrality. Are there adverts for gender neutrality? Is that in America? You guys are wild. We have adverts for cereal. Like Weetabix. Keep seeing Weetabix on TV. Batman Big Fan said, how would you book CM Punk after the feud with Drew is done before WrestleMania when he faces Seth? Well, I mean, he's got to be trying to go for the title, hasn't he? So I would be booking him trying to go and win the Rumble, trying to win Elimination Chamber. And being thwarted. So, yeah, him and Seth would be obviously the match for WrestleMania. You're absolutely right. And I would have him really, though, trying to set his sights on becoming a world champion. Maybe he even gets an opportunity and Seth costs him. Oh! Spear by Kyrie. I am at work at 10 Central. I will miss the stream, but that's okay. WWE is a global brand. And I will be here on Saturday, Sunday, says Nathan. Nathan, shout out to you, my friends. 1, 2. So I don't think the shoulder was quite down there, but the referee double check him. Look at that, a referee not counting when the shoulders aren't down. Right, right now we've got Shayna trying to get back up. There was a bit of a head scissors that was applied. Yeah, we will be here for Bash in Berlin. That stream is already set up. And we will be here for No Mercy as well. Should be good. Right now, we've got an ankle lock that's applied by Shayna. Shayna goes back to the corner. Right now, we've got, lovely springboard missile drop kick there. 1, 2 by Zoe. Kick coming into the midsection by Shayna. Against the ropes goes Io. Yeah, that was good. Is SmackDown going to be on Fox this coming Friday? And if so, what time is it going to air? I believe it is. I believe it's on Fox, unless they move it because of football or something. And I think it's on at its usual time. Shots coming in there by Kyrie. Shots coming back there by Zoe. Oh, hello, Zelina. Zelina has grabbed a hold of, I think that was Sonya. Headbutt. So Zelina Vega coming back, getting involved on the outsides. There's too much black in this match. Everyone's wearing black. Now we've got Io and we've got Kyrie. They are perched. Kyrie with the elbow drop. 1, 2, 3. So it's a win for Damage Control. It felt a bit messy in places. I don't mind that spot, though, where Kyrie delivers the elbow and Io a moonsault at the same time. There's Zelina coming and helping out Damage Control. Right. Match score. Let's get people's thoughts. Coming up later, the in-ring debut. Are we going to have like a video package or something? Uncle Howdy, let's go. What's this? Oh, is this a video package? Or is this a recap? No. Let's go. TV. I stopped to marvel at all our accomplishments. I nearly stepped on a serpent. We won't make that mistake again. Door opening. The false prophet continues to reveal himself. Chad. Okay. Wyatt 6 of the Wolves. Yeah, we got that line from the tweets. Chad. We've given you chance after chance. You refuse to remove the scales from your eyes. There's an anger and a darkness here, isn't there? He's very upset with Chad. That's my takeaway. Your invitation. This is more than a reckoning. Purge. Is a purge. There you are. We see the Wyatt 6 end of the video. So it feels like just a promo to build up to the main event. Doesn't feel like it was teasing anything else at this stage. Interesting when people break down like some of the imagery that's in there, if there's anything else in there, but does just feel like a message to Chads and American maids. Good though. Intense. Angry. Let's go. Who was talking in the background there? 2 people talking in the background. Always look in the flipping background. Two people talking behind Drew, but I didn't see as to who it was. Thankfully, I've got an instant replay. It is Carrion and someone. Carrion and who? JD. Carrion and JD. What's that about? Yeah, Carrion. Carrion and JD. What's that about? Well, that was good. I enjoyed that. Did you enjoy that? This is a purge. Makes me think they're getting ready for their next feud, says Poppy Crocs. Braun Strowman is going to beat Bronson Reed, said Isaac. I saw Cross, but I must have missed JD. It was Miz and JD. Miz. I thought it was Carrier. Two people talking in the backgrounds. We'll have people will be on it. I've no doubt. Right, let's put this up. Bo is doing a fantastic job. It was Carrion talking with The Miz. Oh, right, so it was Carrion and The Miz, was it? Well, that's interesting. I said maybe Howdy's going to be the one who saves me, says Little Ray. Maybe gonna be the one that saves me. How long we got? 6 hours? 6 hours, and then we get the big announcement from Oasis. Let's go. Let's flip it and go. It's JD and Miz. It's Carrion and Miz. Guys, can we please decide? It can't be all these things. Who's Wyatt Six's next feuds? Well, we are looking at Final Testament. We are looking at Judgment Day. I think it feels like one of those, to be honest. I hated Oasis. I was a raver, said Barry. Well, I think you could be both, Barry. You could be a raver, or you could be into a bit of Britpop. I loved Britpop. Oh, mate. Charlatans, Oasis, Ocean Colour Scene. Oh, my God. Embrace, Cast. Oh, it's my youth. That is my youth. Growing up with those bands. Do you know what? If I think about some of my favourite memories when I was like going through my 17, 18 phase, it's going to be sat in a pub with my friends from college, drinking. Because in the UK, you can drink, I think, when you're 18, but you go to the pub when you're 17. And it would be drinking cider, because you don't start out on lager, you start on cider most of the time. At least we did. Sweeter, easier to drink. So drinking cider in an old pub in Stourbridge and just hammering the jukebox with Oasis, Ocean Colour Scene, Embrace, Cast, Charlatans, Suede. I need to relive my youth. I'm only 21, but I need to relive 4 years ago when I was 17. Right, here's Drew. Blur. Well, yes to Blur, but there was a rivalry, wasn't there? You know, like how we have to choose between WWE and AEW. Back in the 90s, you were either Blur or Oasis. So if you was Oasis, you couldn't really say that you acknowledged Blur. And if you was Blur, you can't really say that you acknowledged Oasis. So, yeah, you'd have Blur on. Of course, you'd be listening to Country House and Part Life and all the big hits, but I don't know. If you was an Oasis fan, you'd be like, yeah, they're all right. All right. Should I put some Blur on? Yeah, you put some Blur on. Yeah, it's all right. Don't mind. It's no Wonderwall. It's no Live Forever. It's no Shaker Maker. But if you want to put it on, you can put it on. But yeah, it was awesome. I love Blur. I didn't like Oasis or Blur, and I still don't, said Geezer HD. Were you wrong? You're wrong. I will tolerate different wrestling opinions, but I will not tolerate any Oasis slander. Right, we got Drew making his way down to the ring. James said, at certain angles and lightning, Bo looks so much like Bray, it's frightening. James, shout out to you. Oasis, Champagne Supernova, I'm telling you. Don't need to. You don't need to tell me. I'm hearing, and I'm liking, and you're absolutely right. The final track on What's the Story, but oh god, they've got so many great. I mean, just the whole Master Plan album, all the B-sides. That's better than most people's. That's better than what most people will ever come out with. Okay, here's Drew. How long is it? Literally 6 hours until Oasis tell us they're coming back. Okay, so Drew is in the ring. Okay, we need to end this poll. So we have done hour 1. We're moving into hour 2. Have you ever listened to Dark Side of the Moon and watched Wizard of Oz at the same time? No. I know of the theory. I heard it's not true. It wasn't done with that on purpose. So we got Drew in the ring. And he's going to sit down cross-legged. He's done this before. A few boos from the crowds. They don't appreciate it. Do I have your attention now? CM Punk is scared of Drew McIntyre. How about the fact he keeps attacking me from behind? Daze, I just made some major points, but I think you've missed them. I did miss them, Heather. Heather, how are you? What major points were made, but... Loud CM Punk chants. Daze, Bo was talking about the book of Matthew, the Apostle Paul, and the book of Revelation. Did anyone else catch that? I don't know the Bible, so I would not catch it, to be honest. But he did touch on, wasn't Matthew one of the tweets? I think there was one that connected earlier with Matthew 7 something. So, very good. Bible studies are not my forte, so I don't know what that's telling us. When he sobers up, I'm just not even, I need to pay attention to this. I'm just switched off. I just don't care about what you're saying. Every scar I put on his body, you are going to have to live with that. So obviously we're building towards this strap match. The crowd aren't... I don't think the crowd are interested. You've chosen nostalgia over the warrior that has always been there for you. So he's referring to himself. Oh, God, this goddamn bracelet. Causes emotional hurt to me, let alone Punk. This 50-cent piece of trash causes so much emotional hurt to Punk. I'm going to have to go in therapy over this flipping bracelet. Right, here's CM Punk. Thank God. So CM Punk's music hits. Oh, yes! From behind! And he's whipping away with the strap. CM Punk. Yeah, that was done well, actually. That was done really well. So, boom, face first. CM Punk goes into the ring steps. And then he goes into the commentary table. Shots coming in there by Drew. Yeah, that was good. Drew was looking at the entranceway, but Punk came up from behind him. There we go. The jacket has been removed. He grabs for the strap. So he's got the strap. He's going to look to whip. CM Punk, he's got that strap in his hands. Oh, big back body drop. Big back body drop there. Oh, and again, he's whipping away on Drew. So, whipping away and some shots being fired there by CM Punk. Now we've got some guards coming down, which makes sense. It's not long till we get this match, so we can't have it in jeopardy. Punk, though, being dragged into the ring. Oh, now he's whipping the security guards. Yeah, that is going to cost him. They can't afford to cancel the match, but I'm sure that Adam Pearce is not going to be a fan of this. Oh. What's that dude wearing? He's got some sort of hat on or something. But he was whipping away at the security guards. There we go, man. Find him, said Lone Star Friend. Oh, I'm sure he will be. Can't get away with stuff like that. No, 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 no. Whip it good. Yes. Is that Devo? Devo, get the tables. Okay, so strap match coming up. There we go. Oh my god, I just could not get into that Drew promo. Honestly, I was listening to it, but it was just going over me. It was so monotonous. Okay, we're talking about what's that kid doing? Is it Spider-Man in? Loud CM Punk chants. Imagine Randy RKO's Gunther tonight again, said Amin. Be good. Fine and sus, said Jeremy. Pierce needs to get some control, said Joe. You can't just be beating up security every week. That's a good point. Charles said, thank God. That was very dry, Drew, said Charles. Raymond said, I'm a Drew fan. I think it's fine to be a Drew fan. And you might even have enjoyed that segment. I agree, I found it very dry. It's very dry. Ah, here's Jay with the people. Look at that little kid, he's got food. Yes. Hey, Oos. Please. Hit my music. Yeets. Yes. Look at that guy. Do you see that security guy then? I love how that security guard was looking at the camera. I don't know what was going on there. He's very intense, wasn't he, that security dude? I'm looking at the replay of it here. It's like Frankenstein. Right, he's out in the arena yeeting. Lone Star Friend said, no yeet. Let's go, man. Let's go. Yeet. First round, triple threat match. IC title, tournaments. 16 in Ireland, 17 in the UK, 21 in the US. Yeah, I saw a brilliant clip with Jesse Ventura. He was talking about how he got sent over to war came back and he wanted... there's Corey trying to get his yeet hand on. Oh, there we go. They're both yeeting away. Everyone's yeeting. Look at Michael Cole. Graves not yeet. He was trying to yeet. He was trying. Michael Cole. I know, Matt. It's like your uncle yeeting. Imagine that. Jay is one of the funniest people I've ever met, says Larry. TJF said Daze Punk went live on Insta showing that he was hiding before he attacked Drew. Oh, really? Was he like, all like that? Don't tell him. Oh, you've sent, or someone sent an image. There he is, look. Hide him. That's Punk. Hiding away. Yeet. Dom sniffs, lives, farts. That's probably true. That's probably a sex thing they do. Ronnie. CM Punk, let's go. Where is he? That must be him, like, popping out from under the ring. Guys, that's what the roof of the arena looks like. Breaking news. Right, guys, we've got some breaking news. This is very exciting. That is what the roof of the arena looks like. I like that. Boom. I think we're doing all right trying to keep up with the little bits that were being sent through. I got sent through that quite a bit, actually. Yeah, lots going on. What's that one? I don't even know. Oh, is that him under the ring there? That's probably the apron, isn't it? There I am, look. Oh, God, look how bored I look. That must have been Drew talking. God, I am bored. It's like when you go to assembly at school and they're like, listen. Felt like that as well. Felt like I was being punished. Right, swoosh back over. Days, I thought it was the 28th at 8 a.m. 27th. 27th. It was so good because look at that. 27th of August, 8 a.m. Flipping 40 million views. 40 million views. Let's go. Very excited. That better not be a flipping re-release of an album or something. That better be a tour. I want at least 10 nights at Wembley. Days, I went AEW All In on Sunday and it was epic. All good matches, even the main event. That was Swerve and Bryan Danielson, and Bryan won the AEW Championship. Chris, I'm glad you had a good time, but at Berlin, what are the chances of seeing Roman and Heyman back together? Tiny. Roman's not there, and there's not really a match for him to get involved in either. So 0.000000001%. So yeah, there doesn't really feel like there's a place for him to get involved. James said, I honestly believe if Punk didn't return to WWE and had this feud with Drew, then Drew would have walked away. This feud has revitalized Drew's career. Ian says, put on 10 dates and then fall out after 2. Yeah, man. The demand for the early shows is going to be huge. I don't think anyone's going to expect them to be able to last 10 shows together. Yeah, if you've got like for the number show 10, you're going to be nervous, man. I don't know how much tickets are. I'm definitely gonna try, but I ain't gonna go for the last night because I don't know they'll make it. I think everyone's gonna want night one, aren't they? Night one's gonna be the one. It's gonna be special. Right, here's Jay back in the ring. Daze, I streamed Creamfields all weekend. Where would you recommend staying in the UK? I don't know. I don't know where Creamfields is. Are you? I don't understand the question. You're not going, are you? You in the UK? I mean, any of the major cities are going to be perfectly fine to stay in. I mean, you can even stay in like the towns. We've got like a chain of hotels called Premier Inn, which is clean, fairly cheap. They're always in like decent locations. You can find them all over the country. So you ain't gonna, I don't think you'd spend loads, certainly not if you book in advance to stay in a Premier Inn, but you know what you get with a Premier Inn. No frills, clean, good locations. It's fine. It's going to be absolutely fine. So you can find them everywhere. If ever I was to stay in London, that would probably be my first thing to look at. Would be a Premier. I hate bed and breakfasts. I can't cope with them. You know those little Ma and Pa places? I can't do them. We have loads of hotels though. But like, London, Birmingham, Manchester, Liverpool, Newcastle, Leeds, Nottingham, Norwich, Southampton, Portsmouth, Cambridge, Oxford, Bristol. There's loads of places. Loads of places. And they'll all have Premier Inns. Daze, I didn't watch AEW All In, says Amin. Yeah, neither did I, but I heard it was good though. Right, this is going to be our IC title match. Barry said Premier Inn, it's a bed, it's a place to get some sleep, and that's it. Yep. What else do you want? I've stayed in some hotels that are not chains that you go in and it all looks like old, worn, a bit dirty, and you're like, I should have just gone to a Premier Inn. At least I know what I'm getting there. Okay, so this is Kofi, Jay, and I think is it Carrion in this one as well? Yep. Right, let's go. Ding, ding, ding. Premier Inn is like the Weatherspoons of hotels. You gotta love it. Even Spoons has got hotels, said one more. Yep. It's a good comparison, that is. Weatherspoons, that's the place where Mercedes posted her bad breakfast. The only thing I'd say is we looked at the menu, and even a small breakfast, has got more items than what she showed in a picture. So she must have ordered a small breakfast and then asked for a couple of things to not be included. And then posted a picture where she was like, oh, disappointed. It's like, dude, why didn't you just order a large breakfast? Why did you not just order a large? You would have got a lot more. You earn enough money. Even if you don't want to eat it all, just leave it. So you can normally get like, a solid meal. It ain't going to be spectacular, but fill a hole. Fine. Edible. Certainly lots of good drinking options at Weatherspoons. I like Weatherspoons. Again, it's about knowing what you're going to get, isn't it? I'm sure you've got places like that in America. Places like, I don't know, Waffle House. It's probably not, or Denny's. Do you know what I mean? It ain't the greatest place in the world, but it's solid. You know what you're going to get. You can rely on it. Jay going against the ropes as Kofi is in there. Went for a kick, no joy. Carrion grabs the leg. If you order the full English, you can't go wrong, says Barry. She's Mercedes Phone. Phone, you're right. You're right. She did us dirty, man. I'm upset about it. She's acted like a heel and she's worked me. Kofi comes crashing down on Carrion and Jay. Waffle House is where you go to eat and then throw hands, said Deadman Talking. I'd say that's Weatherspoons on certain times. Sonny said, hello, chat in Daze's Discord or on my Twitter, Sunnywall14. I'm going to do $5 5 tarot card readings with an oracle cards. Oracle card included. Or $3 for one oracle card. I am trying to make money for groceries. Very good. I like that, Sonny. I like that. Any superstar in your mind don't deserve to be in the Hall of Fame except for Benoit, said Saw Hack Duggan. Not really, but because I don't really like looking at wrestling that way. It's a little bit like, you know, who would you want to see fired from WWE? I don't like doing that. And I don't really like taking away something that someone has been awarded, right? I do think there's plenty of people that have gone in that have not got the strongest reasons for being in. But there's no one I would take out other than Benoit. And maybe Hogan. But certainly Benoit. But yeah, you know, the ones that I would potentially have not put in myself would be like Queen Shamel. You know, I think it feels like maybe we put her in because Booker wanted her in. And he might have been asking about it, and we wanted a woman to go in. And, you know, you can kind of scrape together a few things that, like, you know, sound good. But really, where's the bar? Where's the bar? Where's the benchmark? Where do you actually say that is Hall of Fame worthy and that isn't? Because it seems to me like that bar is very low if Queen Shamel's going in. And I've said before, like Coco Beware. Some of the Von Erichs. There's a Von Erich that went in. I think, was it Chris Von Erich that didn't do a great deal? But he's just gone in with the Von Erichs. So the Von Erichs absolutely go in, right? But not every Von Erich was made equal, right? So, like, there's a bit of a doubt there as well. And I don't know, you can kind of go through and go, I'm not sure about that, not sure about that. I wouldn't take anyone out. I wouldn't take anyone out. But I think to answer your question about who do you question, those are a few that I question. And those are a few that I think just lower the benchmark. I just think, you know, did they have longevity? Did they provide many big moments? Did they have many great matches? You can say, obviously, Queen Shamel brought a bit to the King Booker character, but Hall of Fame? I mean, it's one thing to do a good job. Hall of Fame? I don't know. That feels like it's quite low of a benchmark to me. So this is why when people go, oh, do you think The Miz should be in? It's like, dude. It's hard to figure out who shouldn't be in. With where the benchmark is, it's hard to figure out who you leave out rather than who goes in. So, I don't know. I wouldn't take anyone. If I got given the opportunity to take people out, I wouldn't. That would be awful, wouldn't it? Imagine taking something away from someone that's been given that already. I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't want to do that. But I would, if I was given the option as to who goes in, I would look to, you know, I'd look for there to be some sort of benchmark, you know. But we were talking earlier about how Sid should definitely go in, and Bray should definitely go in, Demolition, Cyndi Lauper. The amount of exposure she brought WWE in the 80s with the whole rock and wrestling thing, I just don't get it. I don't know why she's not in. There's clearly been an admin error. Right, we are back from commercial break. Crossbody there by Kofi. Shoulder up. I would put Miz in. Love him or hate him. He's put everything into WWE. Oh, he definitely goes in. I think the question is, does he headline? Not if he goes in. Definitely goes in. Longevity. Main evented a WrestleMania. Multiple-time WWE champion. I think he's Grand Slam as well, isn't he? 2-time. I mean, I've said before, think of all the TV time that he's eaten up. Boom. Leg drop. So Kofi is in control. Let's go down. Is the Judgment Day going to get more people to join them? When will Cody fight Rock? Says Sharon. Cody Rock's meant to be next year. I don't think I would bring anyone else into Judgment Day. I don't feel like I feel like they're big enough. Oh, big shot. Big shot there by Carrion. Picking up Kofi. Boom! Powerbomb. 1, 2. Oh, kick out there by Kofi. Cloverleaf. Transition. Yeah, Cloverleaf applied there by Carrion. That's nice. That's really nice. Kofi screaming in pain at this Cloverleaf, trying to get over to get to the ropes. He's reaching for them. Larry said, I like Carrion's current look. Should keep it for stability. Miz deserves to go in for getting Maurice pregnant twice. That's a good point, actually. I agree with that. Penfold Gaming! Shout out to you, my friends. Penfold Gaming firing in some membership, gifted memberships, which is really kind, buds. Spear there by Jay. Yeah, really appreciate that. We've been doing a bit more for the members. We've been doing like unseen folders. Oh, big splash. 1, 2, 3. Jay gets the win. I don't think that's a massive surprise. Jay gets the victory. Knock him down like this. Main event, Jey Uso has qualified. So, we're building towards a fatal four-way match. It's not very fair, is it? You got to win a triple threat and then a fatal four-way. It's not very fair. Yeah, so Penfold, really appreciate the support, my friend. I always think that's such a lovely gesture to the community, allowing people to try out the membership side that maybe haven't, or helping those renew that could do with the help. This is the first time I've really enjoyed myself, says Corey. I bet that's interesting to Carmella, isn't it? I bet Carmella's like, sorry, what? There's Gunther. I've actually got that clip for Unseen. Oh, I'll take it out now that they're playing it. My focus is fully aimed at Saturday. I've took it out. Okay, so Gunther just saying a few words about this weekend. There is Randy. Obviously, always got to keep an eye out. Never know if anything's going to pop up in the background or anything, but no. Nothing there for that one. But that's why AEW is not at Wembley next year, because Oasis. Oh, you think it's Oasis? Oh, I didn't even think about that. Didn't even think about that. Oh, hello. What's this, Bianca Belair? What's this? You lot might know me as the first black woman to headline WrestleMania, but... So that was Belair? That's the Fresh Prince spin-off, isn't it? What about Sasha? Should she not have said one of the first rather than the first? Jordan, chat out to you, my friend. Jordan, chat out to you. Hope you're well. Hope you really appreciate the support, buds. Jordan becoming a member on the channel. Okay, where are we? Oh, there we are. There we are. Halftime scores, everybody. It's the halftime scores. I really want to know your halftime scores. Put it in the chat. Halftime scores, everybody. It's the halftime scores. Are you happy? It's the halftime scores. Are you happy or you sad? Halftime scores, everybody. It's the halftime scores. I should get that recorded. If I got it recorded, I could just press play then. Just sit here like this. Halftime, and I said we would take a look to see who goes in at the halfway point into the Community Hall of Fame. Let's have a little look, see where we are with it. I'm going to show you where we are so that we're all clear and we're on the same page. Right now, Dork Knight, 38%. Mitchell, 38%. So I said, halftime, halfway point, we'll look to see who goes in. It's a draw. Right now, this is a draw. So we will look again at the end. Get voting, right? I need this separated. I need an outright winner, right? I said that we would look at the halfway point. That's exactly what this is. 38%, 38%. Get voting. We will look again at the end of the show. And I'll put it up on screen as well. There is no favorites or favoritism. You vote for whoever, because any of these names deserve it. But it does look like this is going to be a runoff between Dork Knight or Mitchell. One of those two looks like they're going to get in here to the Hall of Fame. But who is it going to be? You decide. You decide. Who is it going to be? We'll look at the end of the show. Right, with that being said, let's get into the chats. So, WWE Biggest Fan says 7. KB29 said Daze is the main event, Uncle Howdy. If so, yes. Yes, it is. Hawkins Jr. says 6. Big Al said 6. Dark Angel says 8. Akeem said 7. Nathan says 7. I'm just trying to get the numbers. Tony K says 9.54. Wyatt 6 fan said 7.5. Higgy says 7. Carlin Dawn says 8. Alan says 7. Nita Nitro says 5. Umbra said 6.5. Tayton said 6. Kim's Trains said 7.25. Barnaby said 7.5. And we are back to the show. So quite a few 7s in there. Seems like people are enjoying the show so far. And we have got an advert for SmackDown being on USA. Okay, here's Randy. Randy making his way out. Thomas said, if Sting got in the Hall of Fame with 4 WWE matches, well, he didn't. He got in because of WCW. He got in because of his WCW work. Yes, I agree. So Diamond Dallas Page should get in because of what he is, and WWE owns WCW. Yeah, definitely. I don't have no problems with Diamond Dallas Page getting him. In fact, I didn't even know he wasn't in. Is he not in? Randy signing a sign from a kid in the crowds. Okay, let's have a little look. He's in. Diamond Dallas Page went in 2017, so he's in, but I'm honestly not very good at remembering who's in and who's not in. But yeah, he went in 2017 apparently, according to Wikipedia. Okay, we've got a tweet here. Adam Pearce, CM Punk has been fined an undisclosed amount for assaulting security with the leather strap. That will be used in the strap match against Drew McIntyre. So he has been fined. Kelly, thank you. Pop that there. Retweet that. Lovely. Lovely. Daze, who's TNA superstar? Who's TNA superstar? I don't know. I don't know anything about TNA. Okay, Randy is in the ring, and we are going to be getting a Randy promo. We've still got another Intercontinental Championship match coming up. We've still got our main event, which is going to be Uncle Howdy taking on Chad Gable. Brony said, I can see Randy still getting cheered, even if he turns heel. The crowd love him. Kim Shane said, WWE should put Doink in the Hall of Fame, but the Matt Bourne version, not the later versions. I think it would just be Doink, the character, wouldn't it? And it would be like just everyone that played him, I think. But that's a weird one, isn't it? That is a weird one. Because would they all get rings? That's probably so confusing that you'd probably just put Doink in after they've all passed away. Matt Bourne's passed away. Okay, we've got Randy in the ring. Let's see where he's going with this. Loud Randy chants. This has got a bit of a go-home feel in places. I listen to the voices. The voices I listen to most are each and every one of yours. You lot singing along to my music means the world to me, says Randy. And it only took you 15 years. Yeah, but you have been a douche. Randy chants. I've won a lot of titles, but if there's one title he loves, the World Heavyweight Championship most, of course he does. It's not the same belt. I was given the honor and the privilege to unify them. Yeah. Where's he going? So he's talking about how he retired the old World Heavyweight title. I wasn't here when the new World Heavyweight title was reborn. It's good promo. I like the fact he's not trying to make out it's the same one. But I get where he's coming from. The new World Heavyweight Championship The new title. New legacy. You deserve it, chant from the crowds. You deserve it, chant. Do you think the Boogeyman deserves to be in the Hall of Fame, said Hack Duggan? Not for me. But honestly, I don't know what WWE would do. I know I'll be stepping into enemy territory in Berlin. Oh, I'll be facing a living legend. I know I'll be facing a living legend. I know I'll be facing a man. Okay. So he kind of puts himself over there. He pauses as the crowd are starting to chant. He's probably red from the adrenaline rush. The fans love him, said Travis. Randy ain't lying there, said Daniel Caps. Talks about signing his contract when he was 19. You've watched me grow up and you've watched me be humbled. Okay. When Gunther stepped foot in the WWE, he was a 30-something-year-old. So he's pointing out the differences between them. But there is something in common. I was humbled. But Gunther has never been put in his place. But that's what I intend to do. He has come a long way, said Daniel Caps. He was used to be a straight-up punk. Randy could just sit in the ring for 10 minutes and not say a word. He'd be so over, said Brian. Your mama Day said Randy is so brat. It has been a Randy brat summer, yes. He's talking about demons that he's had to overcome. So he said he's going to win the title and he's going to do it by using the 3 most dangerous letters. RKO. Pretty simple, straightforward stuff, but solid. Solid. Of course it was. It's Randy. Of course it was solid. Daze, when will we get Braun Strowman Bronson Reed? Well, it's got to be coming up. I don't think they're going to want that too close to the main event, so there's a good chance it's next. There's a good chance it's next. Oh, no, it's not next. It might be the IC title match thing, because here's Pete Dunne. It's going to be really hard for... There's going to be something really impressive in that Braun Bronson match. We've got the tail of the tape. £385 taking on £330. It is next. This makes so much sense. Because if this is going to have like a big crazy spot in it, we're going to need a bit of time to put a bit of distance between that and the main event. Good. I'm glad this is now. It'd be such a shame for Howdy and Chad to have to follow this, because the streets are saying that this is going to have something crazy in it. Strowman, Bronson, next. Let's go. Let's go. Braun, yes. To be honest, I don't think the community cares about votes. They are here to watch, says Mitchell. Yes, keep voting. Keep on voting. Giza HD said, to me, Randy strikes me as the clearly better man. Unfortunately, I doubt they will have Gunther lose to Randy this weekend. It's crazy it's took so long for fans to sing along. Imagine sing along Real American in the 80s, said Russell. It's weird, isn't it? I agree. I wonder if that's a bit of a... I don't know. I wonder why. Is that like has it had to come in from other sports? I mean, music was like new in the 80s, really. I mean, I feel like Gorgeous George gets credited with having the first music, which was Pomp and Circumstance in, like, I want to say the 50s. But it was not, you know, you had the Fabulous Freebirds, and there was the odd little bit and bob here and there, but really the 80s is when it becomes proper adopted. So, I don't know, it's just took a bit of a while for people to get used to music and singing along, and I wonder if there's a bit of European influence there. I wonder if there's some influence from other sports that's kind of come in. I agree, it is weird it's took so long. I agree. WWE Biggest Fan said, I've tagged you about the Wembley thing on Henry Brown. You've tagged me about the Wembley thing. What is the Wembley thing? What is the Wembley thing? About the Oasis theory. I have to go through my notifications. There's quite a few at the moment. If you've tagged me in it, I'll eventually get to it. I mean, don't forget, tonight after Raw, it won't be an Unseen. It'll be a Wyatt 6. We do Wyatt 6 videos after Raw. So I'll gather stuff and put bits in folders. I'm sure there'll be a big Unseen tomorrow. There usually is, because it's usually got a lot of stuff from tonight in it as well. But tonight is going to be very Wyatt 6 heavy, certainly with it being Howdy's first match. LS Dub said, what a promo. I actually like that Gunther didn't interrupt. He didn't have to. That was just a really experienced veteran getting time to cool. We all need Daniel Bryan back, said Sharon. Tony said, with the new PLE in Germany this week, who would you say is your favourite German wrestler of all time? There's not a great history of German wrestlers on. There was a lot of people that pretended that they were from Germany back in the day, because actually dressing up and pretending to be Nazi German was something that was quite popular, wasn't it? But actual German wrestlers, I don't think there's a big list. To be honest with you, I don't think I have a favourite. I don't think there's enough there for me to really select a favourite. But it's a country that's got is it WXW, that promotion that's like one of the biggest in Europe. So I mean, they are generating some talent that's coming out of there. But I'm trying to think back to like any. If I go back to the territory days, there's a lot of, you know, Fritz von Erich used to pretend to be a Nazi German. Like, there's a lot of not great stuff, to be honest. But are you looking for an NXT stream tomorrow? Am I looking forward to it? Yeah, it should be all right. I'm looking forward to No Mercy of the weekend. I'm looking forward to that. But I can't say I'm particularly looking forward to NXT tomorrow. It'll be fine. Do we think Chris Benoit should be in the Hall of Fame? Definitely no. Definitely no. Chris Benoit is... They did a vote, actually, on the Wrestling Observer to see whether he should be took out of theirs. And I think the vote was no, he should just stay in. But it'd be interesting if they were to run that now, you know. If they were to run that again, I'd be interested to see how that comes out. I don't know why it's not been removed, actually. Right, we got Albert and Isla. Daze, don't you hate when people only use photos of WWE women in bikinis holding phones for fun phone case? It's about the phones and not the women. Well, no, Jason, to be honest, I think they are only submitting it because they like the phone case. You're absolutely right. It is about the phone, but I would hate to think that people are sending in pictures because the women are in bikinis or something. Like, that's clearly not the intention of the folder. And actually, I think we saw that yesterday when Ethan sent in a picture of himself with a fun phone game. So, there's a sign for the Brooklyn Brawler. That's the most important thing. Let's flip in, go. Thomas said the greatest foreign wrestler is Andre. Case closed, says Thomas. Class foreign for me. What's foreign? Foreign from America. Big clubbing blows by Braun. Let's go, man. What have they got lined up for this? This is meant to be a very interesting spot. Big chop coming in there by Braun. Face first into the corner. Daze, will the ring break? Probably not. Nah, they've said no. Oh, in the corner goes Bronson. WrestleVotes tease that there could be something, though, that goes down, but we don't know quite what. Down goes Braun, down to one knee. Headbutt. Over against the ropes. Oh, collides into Braun. Matt said, Raw is in my home state of Rhode Island, but unfortunately I couldn't find anyone to take me. I'm sorry to hear that, but I hope you're enjoying it all the same. Okay, we got Braun in the corner and big shots coming in. This probably won't be a long match. These guys aren't necessarily built to go like an hour-long Broadway. Oh, big chop. King Yeti, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the support. Really generous. Really appreciate it, buds. Oh, look at that. Come on! Looks out at the crowds. King Yeti said, Mitchell is a man of the people. He promised to acknowledge the tribal chief Roman Reigns this August. Vote Mitchell for Hall of Fame. This message has been paid for by King Yeti for Mitchell Hall of Fame campaign. We've got campaigns being launched. I love it. We've got full campaigns. We've got people out knocking on doors. So what? Mitchell said that he will acknowledge Roman if he gets people's support. That's great. Look at that. WWE biggest fan said, I just voted for Mitchell. Through the ropes. Suicide dive. Big Bronson reads. Collides into Braun. Look at that. It's like a flipping fridge. It's like a fridge. There we go. Commercial break. Big slap chops. Tony said, imagine when Tony Khan heard that you was not going to All In. He got so upset. He stacked the event 10 times more to prove a point. Never say no to a Khan. Yeah, but I saw what went down and I was fine with not going. honestly, I was asleep. When it was on, I was asleep. And when I woke up, my first thought was, oh, man, I can't believe I slept through that whole thing. What if, like, Shane was there and there's, like, this massive drama that's going on? And when I checked my notifications, it was all just little bits, really. Nigel McGuinness, Sting coming back to do a little summer. Bryan Danielson, Daniel Bryan, like, winning the title, which I thought he would. It was good. I mean, honestly, I'm not down on the show, but, like, I looked at it and I was like, oof, thank God I didn't miss anything big. I think if I was there, I would have enjoyed it. I think had I have watched it, I would have had a good time. It honestly looks to be one of the better AEW shows. Like, I'm really not playing it down. I'm not being, like, down on it. But I'm just being honest about, I was asleep when it was on and I woke up and that was my first thought. Like, if Shane McMahon has come back and I've missed it and everyone's going crazy online and I'm asleep, I am going to regret that. And thankfully it wasn't. So yeah, just little bits really, like Jamie Hayter coming back. She was going to come back at some point. And, I like the Nigel McGuinness thing, but let's be honest. I mean, that ain't, your average fan ain't going to give a flip about that. It's not I give a flip about it. I liked it, but it was just a little summer. Ricochet, who didn't know Ricochet was going to be there? We were having conversations about how it had been ruined and is that a problem and all that kind of stuff, But it's not like they managed to get a CM Punk to come walking out, It for me, it didn't have that big moment, but honestly, it probably didn't need it. Like, just put on a really good show, which is what they seem to do. Do that long enough and you'll get somewhere. Put on really good shows that people want to watch. Like, it's not that hard, is it? So, I'd say it was a big tick. Kyle said, is the stage going to break? Could do. We are expecting something. Alkaline said, how awesome would it be if The Rock ran for president and he stayed in character and he cut promos roasting the other candidates? Would he get voted in if he did that? He might do. Don't know. He might do. People like a bit of showmanship, don't they? Dylan said, do you think Uncle Howdy will use Shatter tonight? Well, that is what I'm expecting. I am expecting Shatter to be used, but we'll have to wait and see, aren't we? He might have a little surprise up his sleeve. Here we go. Bronson's going up. Yeah, Strowman's up. Oh, boom! And he slams him down. I wonder how many people thought the ring might buckle at that point. He just grabbed Bronson, slammed him down. Big clothesline by Braun. Big boot by Braun. Oh, my God. Here we go. Braun collides into Bronson in the corner, picks him up. He's got him up on his shoulder, but Bronson manages to get through the ropes. Where's Bronson going? He's on the edge of the ring. Chokeslam maybe on the edge of the ring. No. Jumps down. Bronson goes to the outsides. Braun is in the ring and Bronson's like, nah, forget this. Starts walking away. So here we go. This is where surely Braun is going to come after him. Braun on the outside. We're heading up the entranceway. Gets attacked from behind. That was pretty obvious that he was going to get attacked from behind. Bronson down on his hands and knees. What are we going for? Is he going to chuck him through the screens or... Could be. No, reversed. Into the screen goes Braun. Bronson charges. Oh, anyone else thinking the screen's just going to go over? What have they got up their sleeve? Two big, meaty men going at it. He's going into Gorilla. We're going through Gorilla. We're actually going away from the screens. He's gone and grabbed a trash can. So he's waiting for Braun to come through that curtain. There we go. Boom. And the trash can is chucked at Braun. Now he grabs Braun. So we're fighting in the backstage area. Oh, this is pretty fun, man. This is cool. It's not often that we get fights going into this backstage area. Hello. Little look at catering. Here we go. We've got Braun back up on his feet. He's going after Bronson. Looks like we're heading to maybe like the car park. It's a rubbish. That's not catering. There's just a few packets of crisps. Boom. Into a barricade. We got barricades. We got people being chucked around. Where are we going? What we doing? What we building towards? There's a ladder. Why is there a ladder set up? Here we go. Into a little bit of scaffolding that's just lying around. Man, there's loads of stuff to play around with. Oh, he's got some of that scaffolding. We're over by a car. We're by a car. Oh. Is he going to choke slam him onto the car? Picks him up. Boom! Slams him onto a car. It's quite a nice looking car as well, you know. They haven't cheaped out there. That's a nice looking vehicle. Strowman going over and he's grabbing this scaffolding. Picks it up. I bet that isn't light, you know. Goes over and chucks it. Oh, big Bronson reads. Oh, now another car. Oh my God, this is like Street Fighter. A parking lot brawl. Oh, whose cars are these, man? I hope they're not watching. Into a trunk. Into one of these cases that we've got. Right now going up. Big clubbing blows. Raining down. Oh, wallops him with a pipe. Oh, and again. Is he getting onto the roof of the car? Oh my God, is he going to splash him from there? No. Shut up. Where's he going? You shut up. No. Is he going to tsunami off there? Oh, he's on the car. Oh my God, this is sick. This is sick. Tsunami. Is he going to move? Oh, yes. 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 Yes! Tsunami! On the roof of a car! Oh my God, and he's properly dented it as well. Oh! Where are they going? Where are they going? Where are they going? Where are they going? That's where we're going. Oh, and he's got spit dribbling down his cheek. Ah, oh, so good. Wrestling's the best. Wrestling's the best. That's not even wrestling. That's just destroying a car. But it's the best. Ah, oh, Leah said it's smoking. Don't smoke, kids. Please don't copy the car. This is one of the wildest things I've ever seen, says Nathan. The car is smoking, said Corey. Colin Don said, read my super chat. I think I've done them, have I not? I have... Oh, I've got one here that says Daze needs to be in the Hall of Fame. I've got it already liked. Did I not? Did I like it without reading it or something? It's already got a like next to it. Daze needs to be in the WWE Hall of Fame. Well, listen, no lies detected. Carl and Dawn, you're absolutely right. Shout out to you. Oh, seems to stack up to me. Right, I need to... What do we review the match? Was there even a match? Match score. I mean, you can't really include the car thing because, I mean, weren't they counted out by that point? I don't even know if we can score this. I don't think you can. Can you include the car thing? I don't know. I'm confused. I wouldn't know how to score it, but I feel like we do need to score it. It's got to have been a count out. It's got to have been a double count out, surely. Brian said that was wild, but how does it stack up against Foley off the cell? Oh, beats it. Beats it. Foley off the top of the cell has been erased from my mind now. Superfly off the top of the cell. Foley off the cell. All those big Jeff Hardy spots. All gone. All gone. Tyler said that's 10 out of 10 for me. Charles said that was a great segment. It's always great when a car gets destroyed, isn't it? Metal Mama said that car was a lemon. It started smoking from the hood when it was getting smashed in. Good for that car. It was just junk anyway. That is very true. Never have truer words been spoken. Bum bum. Okay. We are going back to the show. Daze, you need to get as a WWE writer. Well, thank you, my friend, but I feel like if you've watched wrestling for a long time, then we're all in that boat where we just know what works, don't we? There's a lot of very good, very creative people in the community. I think it just comes with, like, if you watch a lot of wrestling, I think you can probably do wrestling booking. I think they do some great stuff. I think Triple H has been doing some great stuff. The odd little misstep, but no one's going to be perfect. And this was fun. Look at it. They're showing replay after replay. Look at all the they've got to be happy with that. Look at that. A tsunami onto Braun. I love how the windows, like, that was great. It was great. Soon. I wish the roof had completely caved. There is Braun. He's talking about his fingers. Bronson Reed got up and walked away. Corey said it's just like alphas battling. Okay, I think people have done a good job with this, to be honest. I did not know how to score it. You lot have given it a great rating. I think that's fair. I think that makes it stand out. And I think it deserves to stand out. But I don't think it deserves like an all-time rating, because I think we're just rating that segment rather than the overall match. I think that's probably wise. So great 85%, but obviously more because of the spot at the end. Miz getting into the ring. Saw Hack Duggan said, do you think Kamala needs to be at 100%? Definitely. No doubt in my mind. Worked in multiple different companies. Brilliant character. Very recognizable face of the golden era. Had a feud with Hogan, and so I wouldn't put him in so much for like winning world titles and stuff like that, but I think he had some good longevity in a key time in the business, and yeah, one of the most recognizable faces of the golden era. Who would you make win the feud between Punk and Drew when it ends at Bad Bloods? Punk for me. Punk, because I feel like he has got more upside in the sense of he's probably not around for that long, and I feel like whatever we're going to get out of him, we need to get out of him now. You never know that an injury might really derail things and end things early. You just don't know, do you? So I think him coming in was massive. I think why mess around? Like, you know, Drew has massively benefited by being involved in this feud. I don't think Drew particularly needs to win the feud. I'm really looking at, you know, let's get out of CM Punk what we can. We all wanted him back in WWE, and now he's back. Like, I wouldn't mess around with it. Give him the win. Move on. Hopefully looking for a world title next year. Feud with Cena next year, or a match with Cena next year. Take that as well. I think, you know, there's obviously Seth next year. Is Bronson going to interfere in this match? Go after The Miz, said McSplashy. That's a good shout. He did say as soon as he's done with that, he'll go after The Miz. Braun complaining of not feeling his fingers is kind of weird. I hope he doesn't have any nerve issues, said Travis. Matt said, I remember at one time they were going to have the very first WrestleMania in the Hall of Fame. It should be. I don't know if shows should go in or if it should be matches or whole shows going in. I'm not sure. But, like, if you put a match in, then the people that were involved in that match, they can do acceptance speeches. It's a no-brainer, isn't it? That way, people that are already in can go in again. We all know that they want views, and you know, so why not put in, like, matches of people that have gone in? It would allow you to put them in again, and they could do another speech. And there's matches that definitely deserve it. Undertaker, Shawn. Boom. That would allow you to put them in a few times, wouldn't it? Charging over, Pete Dunne goes up over to the outside. Top rope Inzaguri. TJF said, I've uploaded the Punk video and a new Daze Mania video. Okay. I'll check those out afterwards. Big boot here by Miz. Looking for spike DDT there by the Miz. As I think we are heading towards commercial break. We've got 50 minutes to go. Got about 50 minutes to go. Mark 420. Shout out to you, buds. Mark 420 said, do we think Carmella versus Liv Morgan would be a great match? And do we think Seth is done? I don't think Seth's done. I think he's injured. I think he's got niggles. I don't know if he has to work a more reduced schedule. I don't know how bad his niggles are. But I don't think he's done. In regards to Carmella against Liv, I don't think it would necessarily be a great match. It depends how you define a great match. I think that's hard, isn't it? Because we've all got different expectations. I mean, with the right story, and if there was like a good aggression between them, you could get something out of it. You could get something where, I don't know, Liv takes out Bailey or something like that, and then Carmella comes back and stands up for Bailey, and it's quite heated between them. And this Carmella was always quite good on the mic, trash talking, whatever. Like, I could see her cutting some decent promos, going off on Liv. Feud wise, I think you could get something out of it, yeah. But match wise, I don't know. I would not be expecting a 5-star match there, because neither have shown that in their arsenal, you know. I can't sit here and tell you loads of amazing Carmella matches, and I can't sit here and tell you loads of great Liv matches. I feel like Liv's best work is her most recent work, which is a good sign. And so I think you could get something out of it, but I couldn't sit here and tell you, oh god, yeah, it'd be 5 stars. I would expect a match between them to be like 3.75, maybe 4, something like that. But I think you could do a good feud, and you could get something out of it. So yeah, I'd be down for that. I wouldn't have a problem with seeing that. I like Carmella. I think Carmella is a bit underrated, and I think Carmella, I feel sorry for her, because she is someone that came through at the same time as the 4 horsewomen and Alexa. And so she was never a 4 horsewoman. She was never of that level. And I just think she was always the leftover, really. She was always the bridesmaid. You know, it was always Becky, it was Bailey, it was Charlotte, it was Sasha, it was Alexa. Like, there was always these other options. And Carmella was always a bit of an afterthought. I suppose in a way, a little bit like Naomi. Naomi, for a lot of her career, has been a bit of an afterthought, even though feels like she deserves better, to be treated better. Carmella's had, you know, I liked her with Ellsworth. I thought there was some fun moments there. I didn't like when Ellsworth won the first women's ladder match on behalf of Carmella. I thought that sucked. But then a lot of people thought that sucked. So much so, they ran it again just a few days later. And Carmella won it properly that time. But, like, do you remember when she took Ellsworth out shopping and they had, like, some fun segments and whatnot? I thought there was some decent stuff there. So, yeah, I don't mind. She's someone that we forget about, actually. She should come back, shouldn't she, soon? Carmella coming back is it's someone we don't really talk about that much. Kind of puts in everything we just said, you know, into perspective, doesn't it? Keep up there by Xavier. Xavier's got a Sid armband on, which is nice to see. So a bit of respect being paid there to Sid's. Okay. I feel she's not going to come back. Who? Carmella? You don't think Carmella will come back? I think we could see Saraya back, said Nita Nitro. Really? Spinning round, nice. Like a Cesaro swing. I want her to get healthy, said Mr. Carmella. I don't know what the situation is with Carmella. I really don't know. Have we had any updates in a long time? She's been gone ages. I know she had a kid. Have a little look. DDTs by The Miz. 1, 2, kick out. She has suffered. So back in May, she said she herniated some discs. Oh, that's right, when she was like giving birth. She said, I've now got a major injury from delivering my son. So that was back in May. That's about 3 months ago. So, yeah, I've nothing since then that I can see. She said, I would love to return. I'm so immersed in motherhood right now. I actually got an injury from delivery. I had nerve damage. I never knew it could happen. I've not been able to work out. I haven't been able to do anything. Eventually I'll get there, but right now I'm just kind of working. I'm going to physical therapy. That was in June. So that's the latest on Carmella. Right now we've got Woods with Miz, and he plants him. The Jimmy J said, I can't get over how Woods looks like his 2K24 Zero character. Picking up Miz again. Oh. Gutbuster. Feels like the only top women we have on Raw is Liv and Rhea, said Brony. So Hack Duggan said, do we think Kamala Tatanka needs to be in? Well, I answered Kamala. I definitely would put Kamala in. He did... He worked for different promotions like Memphis. I think he was created by Jerry Lawler in Memphis. And so, you know, he worked there. Obviously came to WWE. He had matches with Andre. He had matches with everyone. But, you know, when he first came in, it was a bit more serious and, like, you know, feuded with Hogan and feuded with Andre. And it was only as time went by, as you tend to find, once the character's been not ruined, but devalued a little bit, you know. It's a little bit like, I mean, look at what Kane was doing compared to when Kane first came in. It happens, doesn't it? Look at like the Great Khali, what he was like after he first came in compared to when he first came in. Look at Big Show compared to when Big Show was, like, you know, in his prime. So I feel like a lot of people remember Kamala from the end of his career when he was more of a jobber comedy character. But there was an edge to him when he was first around. So I think, yeah, he deserves it. It's such an interesting character as well. It's one that sort of divides opinion, but It was a character I loved as a kid. Loved it. I think the idea of there being like people that have not been like touched by the Western world. And we know there are tribes that are out there like that as well. Pete Dunne going for the cover of Xavier. Oh, the Miz making the save. So the idea that you could get someone from one of those tribes and put them in a wrestling ring, like, I don't mind that. That to me is based in reality. There are tribes out there like that. There is an island out there. I saw a YouTube video on it where you're not meant to go because there are people on there that have not been touched by Western society. They don't interact with people as a result. And that's, I believe, as of still today. Kick coming in by Xavier. So yeah, I think he killed that character. I think he just nailed it. Woods on the outsides. Popcorn is ready for Uncle Howdy. Chad Gable, said Nathan. Goods. Here we go. He's walking on the rope. Elbow drop. Boom. Connects. 1, 2. Oh, Pete Dunne pulls the ref out the ring. Big boots. Bitter end coming up on the Miz. Picks him up. Plants him. 1, 2, 3. Pete Dunne gets the win. Pete Dunne gets the win. Here is your winner. Pete Dunne wins. Right, we need to get the scores on this. We got 39 minutes. Corey Graves said, I don't like it. I love it. Pete Dunne. I can't see him winning this because the champ is Braun Breaker. So I think it'll be a babyface that ends up winning. But, so Jay has made it through and Pete Dunne has made it through. Right, get in your thoughts. Days, something we missed with Drew, a Psycho Sid tribute. He was wearing a similar leather vest. Oh, that's good. I like that. James, thank you. Okay, we're backstage. There is Braun. What do you think of the winners? I say bravo. Yeet. So he's talking about Jey Uso. He said, I heard there's never been a member of your family to beat up a member of mine. That's a great line. That's a great line. It's a great line. The worst is yet to come. I love that. I love that line. Right, there's American Maids. You call me a false prophet. I'm not the one that hides behind a mask. You're false. I know the man behind the mask. Oh. You're gonna tap out. You're just an ordinary guy. I'm a genius. I'm a master. I'm an Olympian. Chad Gable is American made. How are the Americans meant to boo him? I'm a genius. I'm a master. I'm an Olympian. Chad Gable is American made. Everything about that is babyface. Everything about that, apart from the fact that he's talking about Howdy, everything about that, I'm like, yeah! USA! Even I'm sat here like, USA! 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 Let's go! I want to get out Old Glory, and that's not a nickname for anything. I'm like, whoa. Amazing grace, how sweet thy is. Amazing grace, amazing. Amazed I once was born, but now I'm not. Amazing grace for me. Woo! USA! 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 I'm proper. Do you know what I mean? Ah, there you are, says Dylan. When does Chad's come out to the Kurt Angle theme? He should. He should. Daze, you need to have a Snickers. You're not yourself when you're hungry. Very good. Very good. Right, let's end this poll as we get in closer. Yes! This is what it's about. Wyatt 6. Lamb of God said, I love the Patriot theme that he's going for, which makes me like him. I know I'm supposed to dislike him, but I kind of don't. Well, he's going to be moody to Uncle Howdy, so he may change your mind when the bell actually sounds, but everything about that was like classic. Yeah! I am a real American. Yeah, it didn't scream heel. Right, Tony Khan said, would you say you're looking more forward for this week's PLE than any other PLE in other nations in the past? What does that mean? What does that mean? Would you say you're looking forward to this week's PLE in Germany than the other PLEs in other nations in the past? So basically, are you looking forward to this German PLE more than any other PLE? Is that basically the question? Because the answer would be no. I have seen things like WrestleMania before. I have watched the occasional Royal Rumble. And I have looked forward to them more. Oh, in my predictions video, I even said this is a B show. So I ain't a YouTuber that's going to try and tell you that this is the greatest thing since sliced bread. I think it'll be fun and I think it'll be entertaining, and I'm always grateful for a WWE PLE rather than us not having one. So, you know, I'm very excited for this weekend, but I ain't looking forward to this more than I was WrestleMania 40. Do you know what I mean? Let's not get it twisted. Thomas said, we booed an American who won a medal with a broken freaking neck. He doesn't stand a chance at getting cheers, says Thomas. That's true. LA Knights. Nia Jax. Meechin. Oh yeah, Meechin Nia. And the final touches. So SmackDown Berlin 8-7 Central. Not for me. Okay, we are seeing in 2024, this is the 37th TV sellout. It is the 54th event sellout. Okay, we're just doing a recap. Daze, I'm going to need you to hand in your British citizenship on the grounds of you loving Americans. James, I'm trying to keep the special relationship special. Yeah. I'm doing my best for UK trade. If our American friends think that we really like them, then they might do business with us. I'm single-handedly keeping the UK economy going here. Let's go. And also, America, love you kids. You stay awesome. WWE had better not fumble Howdy's debut. Daze, I can't sleep. There's no point in going to sleep now because I've got to be up at 6. Well, I don't know, buds. You can still get a good little run there, can't you? Sleep-wise. King Yeti said, this message is not approved by Mitchell. What do we know about Dortnight? He hates puppies and kittens. I heard he hates wrestling. Lol. Vote for Mitchell. Big campaign. There's a smear campaign that's been launched now. I'm here for that. I'm here for that. We are going to make you victims. Days at the end of the year, you should rank the pay-per-views, said Russell Andy. Well, yeah, we will. I'll go off the. We'll go off the community. We're your devils, and we're coming for you. I love the Terror Twins. They look so good together. Ian said, don't diss the dork. I like that as well. Two sides battling away for glory. Tony said, I'm talking about international shows only. Yeah, but we've had WrestleManias internationally, haven't we? Like Canada. It depends what you're classing as international. If you're in America, then Canada would be international, wouldn't it? Trini says, can you all stop blowing smoke up Daisy's ass? No, keep going. Keep going. That would show that you like the channel better than spamming BS. Guys, please don't show me any positivity or anything. It upsets Trini. It upsets Trini when you're, you know, being nice to me, whatever. I don't know why. I think she's got issues. Mitchell, if you give me £100, I will change my vote section. Canada needs to be interdimensional. Send them into space. Let's go. Rhea and Dom are like, no, we're the bad guys, said Poppy. Oh man, I'm just waiting for this flipping main event. Here we go. Is this going to be it now? We've got the commentators. One of the first people to greet me backstage was a man called Psycho Sid. He was one of the greatest big men. Have they done a video package? Oh, they have? Well done. Sid Vicious. It's hard to believe he's gone, isn't it? It must just be as soon as the news comes through. Get me a video package now. I want it on the show tonight. Yeah, this will be from like a Big Men documentary or something. These will be old little sound bites from the talking heads. WrestleMania 8. WrestleMania 13. I don't think they'll include the botches, but he did have some notable botches. He was there for Shockmaster as well, wasn't he? That's so apparently one of the first people to like welcome Michael Cole. That's amazing, isn't it? Sort of weird to think that Michael Cole would have worked with Sid. That's a downer, isn't it? Commercial break. Oh. So Hack Durgan said, if you could put a comedy gimmick in the Hall of Fame, be it Doink or Gobble Lee or Boogeyman or Mae Young's hands, well, R-Truth. It'd have to be R-Truth, wouldn't it? Because of his longevity and former NWA World Champion. I think R-Truth above Boogeyman and all of that. I really like Santina Marella. Santina Marella, I really enjoyed his work. John Cena. He was always fun. Bushwhackers as well. I think they're in, aren't they? But like, you want to talk about comedy. Bushwhackers were so good. So yeah, I feel like R-Truth would be my answer. I was going through and I was trying to think back if there was anyone else. Like the comedy characters I've enjoyed over the years. I do like Doink and I have no problem with Doink going in, but as has been pointed out, when Doink was at his best was when it was Matt Bourne, and that wasn't that long of a run. And he didn't really reach any crazy heights. Like, he's not a former world champion. So it's kind of hard to like put Doink in, but he was such a big character when I was young, you know? My brother still, I mean, like, if ever there's new figures coming out, the first thing he'll ask me is Doink one? Is Doink coming out? Is he with Dink? My brother doesn't watch wrestling. Doesn't care about wrestling. If I want to show him something, he'll watch it. But he ain't interested. But if ever there's like, if ever I talk about wrestling, he'll be like, is it Doink? Is it Doink related? Is Dink coming back? I'm like, no. Cody Rhodes. Suzanne said, one of my favourite moments was when Rock made Coach do the Charleston. Yes, that was good. Do you remember when Sid yanked HBK in a chokeslam on his very first show? Yes, I do. I think that there were some brilliant moments with Sid. Some really, really fun stuff. As I said, a couple of botches. I'd forgotten he was there during the Shockmaster bit, but when Shockmaster bursts through, like, he was there. He actually says a few lines before Shockmaster comes through. And then, of course, his iconic, I'm half the man you are. What was it like? Isn't it like you're half the man I am, but I've got half the brain you have? It was something like that, wasn't it? So he botches that. And then there's the famous, we're live, pal. And the leg break. You want to talk about one of the most brutal injuries during, like, actual broadcast. The leg break is horrific. Horrific. So, yeah, brilliant. What a guy. That Jeff Delaney said, my friend wrestled the Skyscrapers. He said Sid burst into the locker room, asking for him. He growled at my friends and then left. Junkyard Dog turned and said, oh, he's a mean man, as he was putting on his socks. Really? Really? That's good. I really like that. The leg break, I've got it on VHS from when they showed it on Nitro, said G Chapin. Sid off the top, snap. And Scott Steiner pinning him, says TJF. The leg break ruined his career. Think of all the years that he could have had after that, said Rick. That's very true. That's very true. Yeah, Sid wasn't known for going on the top rope, and I can't believe he actually did that move. Well, I bet it's one he regrets. Because you're right. I mean, what would we have got? Ilya against Dragon Lee against Dirty Dominik Mysterio. Right, here we go. Here we go. American maids are making their way down to the ring. Main event time. Main event time. Let's flipping go, man. Let's flipping go. American maids. Chad's making his way down to the ring. So it looks like American maids are not coming down with him. You suck, Chance. Okay, so he gets into the ring. He puts his fist in the air. William, shout out to you. That's not Roman, said Amethyst Pisces. Okay, is Howdy going to come down with the rest of the Wyatt Six? Here we go then. Lights going out. Chad's in the ring. The Fireflies are up straight away. Now, what's the music going to be? What's the Titantron going to look like? What's Howdy going to look like? He keeps changing his flipping look. Okay, it's going to be Shatter. I don't know if it's the full version of Shatter, but at the moment it's the intro to Shatter. That's not the music Howdy used to use, but it is the music we were expecting. So the look at all the Fireflies, man. Loads of Fireflies out. And we've got the light, so it's the Wyatt Six entrance at the moment. Here's Howdy. He looks so good. He looks so good. The collar seems to be up as well. He looks good with the collar up. And he comes out, he grabs a lantern. I'm looking at his hair. I'm looking at the mask. Doesn't look like it's in dreads. I love his facial expressions. I love his facial expression. Just like laughing away, smiling away. Oh, God, man. It's just, this could be Bray, couldn't it? This could be Bray. We've got Shatter playing. And someone carrying a lantern heading down to the ring. But it's Bo. It messes with your head, doesn't it? It messes with your head. So amazing hearing Shatter again, innit? So amazing. Big feel to this. Do you know why change what's not broken? This is what we saw from the Wyatt Six. And it just works, doesn't it? It just works. It looks brilliant. It's brilliant. Chadder's got out the ring. Howdy is in the ring with the lantern. Metal Mama said, I love the Wyatt Six so much. So you should. There's the lantern. Blows it out. Music stops. Light comes on, so it's the same hair as last week. Might be the same mask as last week as well, you know. Corey Graves said that entrance is hauntingly familiar. Okay, so we've got Howdy in one corner. Stands up, starts walking forwards. Here we go, we are underway. The two of them locking up Uncle Howdy against Chad Gable. Love that hold. Knees to the midsection. That looked good. Oh, and he's going to dance with him as well. Oh, wow. He dances with Chad. Obviously, we've seen Bray doing that before. Most notably with Cena. He's got like a gauntlet on that's got like on his wrist and everything. So fashioned from the ring gear of Bray Wyatt and The Fiend. Is that what Corey Graves just said? Yeah. Did he just say that that's fashioned from the ring gear of The Fiend? Love that gauntlet. Looks good. Yeah. So far, so good. Wow, said Erasure Minds. People forget how great of a wrestler Bo actually is. William, shout out to you. People going, yeah. I wanna find out a bit more about that comment that Corey just made. I want to get a bit more on that, because I'm sure he just said about it being sentimental and fashioned from the Fiend gear. People talking about meaty men and whatnot, but this is awesome. I'm not a fan of the hair, says Dave. Yeah, I prefer the dreads. I don't really subscribe to the idea that this is. Oh, that the gauntlet is made. The thing on Bo's wrist is material from Bray's Fiend ring gear. Got you. So yeah, I think I like the dreads. I do wonder if as he's moving around and his hair is kind of like flowing around, it just adds to the theatre of it. I'm not sure I agree that the dreads like get in the way or whatever, because Bray wrestled with them. But yeah, I like that about the gauntlet. There we go. I thought I just picked up on something he said there. Howdy is quite Joker. Howdy is quite Joker-esque, said Amy Jobson. I love him doing the yeah chat over and over again. Yeah, tribute to Luke Harper, of course. Matt said, can you explain what a botch is? A botch, that's when like something goes wrong, something happens that's not meant to happen. So, you know, you climb up a turnbuckle and you're about to jump, but you slip off. That's a botch. Or you, you know, like unfortunately what happened with Big E and that belly to belly, and the landing was not what was supposed to happen, and obviously he ended up hitting his neck and has not wrestled since. That's a horrific botch. You can get different kinds of botch. You can get some botches like Titus running down, tripping over the mats around the ring and doing the, you know, going under the ring Titus World Slide, and we all laugh at that. You can get botches like that that don't cause any harm. They're just a bit embarrassing. Or you can get botches that's, you know, a lot more severe, like what happened with Big E. Right, we are going back to the action. Nice dragon screw there. Oh, hello. Just saw a dragon screw by Chads. We're not going to commercial break again, are we? What the hell's this? Come on, TNT Sport. I don't care about Sparta Prague against Malmo. We just came back from commercial break. Now we've got another flipping little commercial. No! What are you doing? Get back! Get back! What the flip's this? This is a botch. You want to know what a botch is? Watch TNT Sport right now. Get back to the match. What's this? Okay. No, mates. Mates. We're at commercials. We went back for all of a second and we've gone to commercials. TNT, really? We've been mugged. I've been robbed. I'm literally, you're watching me be robbed. I'm being robbed. I'm being robbed right now. I'm being robbed. Watson said, what the hell? TNT. I'm just looking to see if, like, have they botched it on there? Is that you see a dragon screw? Yeah, they've botched it on Discovery Plus. You literally see a dragon screw. Howdy goes down, and then they've, for some reason, cut to another commercial break. Someone has absolutely butchered this. There needs to be someone being fired. They've gone to a different show. They've gone to a different show. We've now got Sheamus and Drew talking. They've gone to a different show. We're being robbed. I've been robbed. Now they're showing us Sheamus's entrance from 2009. What's going on? Right, good. They fixed it. They fixed it. We've gone back. Oh my God, someone needs firing. Someone needs firing. We have gone back. We've just lost 2 hours. Look at that. Angle slam onto the commentary table. Coach Co says... Well, thank you, Coach Co. But we're back now. So, who's laughing now? This country sucks. I hate this country. I want to go to America, where I can watch the shows and support Chad Gable. Because he's American made. Not supporting him tonight, though. LS Dub said you missed it. Tony Khan appeared. Oh, well, actually, they did me a favour then, didn't they? Thank you, TNT Sport. Right, here we go. We've got Uncle Howdy up in the corner. Mate, they proper scared the living daylights out of me. Not only did they throw to another commercial, we started having another show. Shots coming in. I can only imagine their Twitter account just melted down. Forearm shots there by Chad's. We got Howdy in the corner with Chad looking for a Spanish fly. No? Like a suplex? Howdy is feeling it here. 2, shoulder up. TNT Sports will be like, whoops, sorry, wrong plug. Not good enough. Thankfully, they got us back, though, so... Could you imagine if we never went back? Uncle Howdy chant from the crowds. Nice German, and he's not releasing it as well here, Chad. Chad looking really good in here right now. And another one as well. Should Howdy be getting chucked around like this? I mean, he looks great, doesn't he, Chads? Sign in the crowd said, I am the colour reds. Here's Howdy trying to get back up, and Chad grabs him from behind. Howdy upside down in the corner. Cross that off your bingo cards. Nice Uranagi, and he plants him down looking for the pin. 2. Kick out. Uncle Howdy's getting destroyed. It was like a Spanish fly suplex, said AB Jobson. Howdy's not as big as Bray was, said Ryan. No, he doesn't have Bray's size. Hopefully he can keep working on it, though. Metal Mama said, I bet he wins with the mandible claw. Yeah, I could see him doing that. I don't know if he wins with that. He could do. I'm expecting the Sister Abigail, but he could win with the claw. Yeah. Shouts out to the crowds. Kick coming in there by Howdy. Chad's in the corner, face first. This has been better than I thought, said AB Jobson. Couple of back elbows there by Howdy. Howdy pointing up, looking for a... He's got him up on the rope. Nice. Chad feeling that. Howdy up on his feet. He's got his arms out to the fans. Yeah, it's like when he flicks that hair back. It is all going a bit frizzy, though, isn't it? Nice. Abigail, Sister Ab Oh, Ivy is trying to distract. Ivy Nile trying to distract. Now that means Howdy is in the ankle lock. So he was getting ready for the Sister Abigail. Gets to the rope, grabs the rope. What if Triple H drops the ball on Bo and makes him return to Bo leave? I don't think he will. The referee's gone down. Referee down. Howdy. Mandible claw. Claw takes down Gable. So the claw applied, Gable down. Who's grabbing his leg? The Creeds have grabbed the leg. And they're looking to hurl Howdy into the barricades. Howdy goes hard. Hard into the barricades. Forearm shots. Strikes raining down by the Creeds. Howdy laughing. He's laughing. Ah, the lights are going. The lights are going. Lights come back on. Oh, boom. Here's the Wyatt 6. Here's the rest of them. So the Creeds are being dealt with. Oh, my God. They're getting chucked around. Hard look. Samantha's having to move out the way. Rowan grabbing Julius. Ivy jumps on the back of Rowan. Oh, my God. He's fighting the Creeds whilst he's got Ivy on his back. Look at Ivy. It's like when Jungle Boy used to ride Luchasaurus. She's like on the back of Rowan and like, oh man, we've got all out war going on. But that's dealt with then. We're back in the ring. Chad goes over, lands on his feet. Howdy comes over, grabs Chad's. Sister Abigail. Sister Abigail connects and another great sell. 1, 2, 3. Howdy gets the win. Howdy gets the win. There we go. That was great with Ivy on Rowan's back. Smoke coming back into the ring. That was awesome, said Dan. Where's Abby? That's a really good question. Where was Abby? That's a really good question. Oh, the seller is amazing. It's such a good sell. That was a vicious Sister Abigail. So Chad is down. Howdy is laughing. He's kind of got his head close. Flips his hair back. Puts his arms out. We get the logo. We get Nikki's face shooting towards the camera. And we get to the end of the show. That was Wyatt sick, wasn't it? Very good. Very good. From what I saw. TNT Sport desperately trying to make sure that I don't get to enjoy that. Right, here we go then. Let's have a look, see who's won. We said that we would do it at the end, and that is exactly what we're doing. Has it moved at all? Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. That's not the one I wanted. I wanted this one. Dortnight. Dortnight 39. All the campaigning for Mitchell has just thought that is heartbreaking. That is cruel. I feel like this is cruel. We said at the halfway point, we would check. It was 38-38. We said we would have a look at the end. Somehow, after all the campaigning, it is Dortnight that has stolen the victory here. And it feels stolen, doesn't it? It feels stolen. Mitchell, I'm feeling for you right now. I need you to know this. I need you to know. I am feeling for you. But equally, if Mitchell had won 39-38, I would be feeling for Dortnight as well. But it is Dortnight that is victorious. So many congratulations. A very hard-fought battle. Everyone deserves to be going in. But it is a win for Dortnight. And that is dramatic. That is dramatic. So there we go. People are applauding. Vanet said, did we notice the red in Howdy's hair? Yes, it's been there before. He tends to have a little bit of red in his hair. People talking about Anna. Shout out to you. Oh, here's some of what we missed. Oh my God, I'm going to put that in unseen. Oh no, but I can't because it'll get hit with a copyright, won't it? Flippity-doo-dah. Flippity-doo-dah. Yeah, that is the... let's go over here. I'm trying to show you the gauntlet. Which one is it? That one? Oh, it won't show you. Why won't it show you? Let's have a look. Let me move that one to here. Will it show it now? There we go. Yeah, so that's the gauntlet. So SlamX says that Corey Graves revealed that the gauntlet being used by Uncle Howdy was fashioned from Bray Wyatt's actual ring gear. So he had a piece of like the Fiend outfit right there. It's amazing, isn't it? So touching. Some really, really good stuff that people are just like tagging me in, bits and thoughts and whatnot being fired in. Uncle Howdy saying 10 out of 10. And here's, I've retweeted this. This is what Anna had. Some of the footage that we never saw. I can't play it. I really want to play it, but I'll have to watch it after. I wonder why his hair is different 2 weeks in a row. This is the same as last week, is it not? I look at that and I see the same as last week. It's not the dreads and the braids and everything, but I believe that is the same as last week. I'm going to put it in there. Thanks for making us miss most of Uncle Howdy's debut, you useless. Yeah, I would imagine they got a lot of grief, man. Yeah. Let's go. I honestly don't like that they're copying Bray Wyatt with this. It's like disrespecting his legacy. Uncle Howdy's entrance is literally Bray Wyatt's entrance. They can do what Bray did, but spice it up with something different. Yeah, okay, I don't think that's unfair, to be honest. I was looking for something new, some talking point. I feel like that might be it. I feel like the fact he was wearing this gauntlet and it was made out of like the Fiend's attire. That's lovely, that is. I think that's a nice touch. You get your yeah stuff and all that. There's Howdy down. Howdy beats Gable. Gable might have given the Sister Abigail the best sell I've ever seen. He's been doing that for a while, actually. Yeah, upside down in the corner. Yeah. The mandible claw, the Sister Abigail. Great match. Bray would be so proud. Very good. Very good. Gable does sell that, says Kelly. He does a great job of it. He really does. They made the Fiend seem inhuman with the whole Hell in a Cell thing, but Howdy does seem beatable. I think Howdy being beatable is great, personally. I think there should be some peril. I think there should be something where you look at it and you go, there's a chance he ain't going to win this. And I think that's really important. The Fiend was really weird because the Fiend seemed to have these supernatural powers but didn't always use them. I mean, he had supernatural powers, but then he loses to Goldberg. So, do you know what I mean? Like, this is where there's, dare I say, inconsistency. Because I just don't know, like, that things went the way that they were always meant to go. But with this, we're making Howdy very human, if you will. I feel like it's Bo that's channeling Howdy, but it's still a human body and it's still beatable. You can still break it. You can break an arm. You can get injured. You might not win. You might not make it through. That vulnerability, I think, is going to help him long term. I think it's going to help because I think he should be dominant. I think he should be, you know, vicious, but he should always be beatable. So that if you go into a match, there's always the chance he doesn't win. And I like it. I like that. The match seemed good. I mean, it's so hard for me to judge because there's a great chunk of it missing for me. What I saw seemed good. Oh, we need to score it, don't we, actually? Is us chatting away and we haven't even put the poll up. I'm sitting here going, I'm forgetting something here. They are honouring Bray. It was a nice touch, said Rad. Undertaker is my goat. Undertaker's my goat as well. Really loved the match. Okay. Let's do that. Let's do that. Let's do that. Let's do that. Okay, let's get scores in. People get your scores in. Mask should match the colour of the real hair so that it blends better. Richard said, disappointing ending. Same again, Wyatt's fight American made. It makes no sense compared to the picture, like off of the head and stuff, and all we get is a pinfall. Yeah, but that picture is his way of saying that he wants to deal with the real problem. The real problem isn't the Creeds and Ivy. It's the head of the snake. It's the head that needs chopping off. And the head is Uncle Howdy. That's the Uncle Howdy is the Uncle Howdy. The head is Chad Gable. So that image of a head being chopped off, that wasn't an image of what he was going to do or what he was looking. He wasn't looking to chop off Chad's head. He was looking to take the brains, the leader, the mastermind. He's looking to destroy American Maids by bringing down Chad Gable. So that's what he was looking to do. And I don't know that he's succeeded with that because he's beaten him. But I don't know if this puts an end to it. You know, it might be that he did need to not worry so much about a win and a loss here. I suppose in a way, though, with Howdy beating Chad's, could he not turn around to the Creeds and Ivy and say, that's, you know, I beat the person that is leading you, that claims to be the greatest, like, I beat them? Can you not see how much of a liar this person is? Like, could he go down that road, maybe? Hope that they see the truth now? I'm guessing they won't. And maybe it builds to something else further down the road. But, yeah, I think this is where the interpretation of the tweets can get a little bit confused. People might be thinking it's going to be super violent and all that kind of stuff, when the message that was being communicated was that he wanted to take down the mastermind of American Maids, and that's what he did. At JT and S Biz Solutions, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the support. King Yeti says, I demand a recount. King Yeti, there's no counting required. It's all done by computer, my friend. Amber said, to the person who said it was a bit too much like Bray, I don't think you must have seen the documentary on Bray. None of this is disrespectful. Bray is his brother and it was his idol. A life cut short, he is making sure that Bray lives on. Kelly said it was a great match. I don't like the hair of the mask. I love the dreads. I feel like we're still building up to something huge. Where was Nikki? I think where was Nikki is a great question. Spartan said she was at Whataburger. JT and S said, where was Nikki? Why didn't they show us the back? The back of what? Why didn't they show us the back? Do you mean the backstage area? I don't know where Nikki was. I honestly don't know where Nikki was. I think it's a very interesting question. I hope that there's something to it and it's not just that she had a bit of a family issue or whatever, you know. I hope like there's an actual creative reason as to why she wasn't there. It could come out that there was like a bit of a family emergency and she just couldn't make it. So I don't know. I don't know how much to read into that. At the moment, it's very, very interesting. Very interesting. But him getting caught in the hair was legit Firefly. It was a sign from Bray. Things definitely need a little work, but it was great overall. Ellis Dub said, I'm giving it a 6.75 Raw. It was very good. The mask coloration did seem to be a little off again. Nothing can be perfect, and there's so much pressure that's on everyone to honor Bray. Yeah, I think this was, it did its job for me. I don't know that it's going to have the same impact as when the Wyatt Six first competed, because we were seeing a lot of things for the first time there. And so I don't think this can carry the weight of that, you know? I don't think this can match that, but it's a continuation, isn't it? There was some good stuff. Match seemed fine. The reaction to it seems great. It's all good. Let's have a look, and we've had 250 odd votes. That'll do. We'll get the score for this, and then we will run away. I just wrote Bray. It wasn't Bray. Uncle Howdy versus Chads. Great, 53. All-time 21. Good, okay, 21. Bad, 3%. Comes out as a great rating. Great, 74. So, actually puts it behind Braun and Bronson. Braun and Bronson because of that big spot. Got great 85. This was great 74. Put it in the great range. People seem to really enjoy it. Obviously, we've got a very pro Wyatt 6 community. But, yeah, you know, that puts it into the great category, which is awesome. Lovely. Overall, this week, Monday Night Raw, I give it a B, said Blue Will Sonic. In my opinion, it would look better with Bo's real hair, not the dirty mop. Cam Town Down, shout out to you, said it's Maverick here. What did I reply on your post last night? We won. Bo is so damn good. So Cam Town Down, shout out to you. You enjoyed it clearly, and I'm really pleased to see that. I'm pleased that it's not bombed. I think if you thought this was, yeah, it was fine, it was okay, I think that's good enough for me. I think that we're still working stuff out. That is Bo's first match since, is it 2019? People forget that's his first match in 5 years. I think that there will have been a lot of work that went into that. And, you know, there were spots on the outside. There was a big table spot. Ivy Nile getting involved. Wyatt 6 getting involved. Like, you know, there was lots of spots there. And I think it did its job. The community has scored it great 74. I agree this is not a match that's like blown my mind. But I don't know. I think if we had that as an expectation, that's a big expectation, isn't it? That's a big expectation. I think fine, good, great, solid. Honestly, I think you take that and you build on it and you move forwards. And you take the bits that have worked and you tweak the things that maybe didn't feel quite right and you move forward. So good, really good. I'm really pleased. I'm really pleased. Right, with that being said, I'm going to run away because we have got lots of stuff we need to do. So I'm going to run off and get that sorted. But appreciate everyone joining us. Don't forget, we will be back tomorrow. We'll be back tomorrow for the NXT stream. And of course, we'll be back for the Wrestling Escape Pods. So plenty to look forward to. But appreciate the support as always. And I will see you again next time. Bye for now.